I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everybody. Welcome Tampa City Council Workshop Day. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Here. Hurtek.
Here.
Young. Vera. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have physical quorum.
Thank you. I'm here in body. Yes. And Councilman Carlson has entered the chamber. How'd you like that traffic under the convention center this morning?
Hey, let me ask, I have several people asking if we're going to have general public comment, or are we just doing...
No, it's a workshop, so after each item.
Okay, so
Each item.
for anybody who's here to talk about something else, that would be next week, not this week.
Correct.
Okay.
We're not meeting next week, council. It's 2 weeks.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, for item number one, it's kind of, even though it's a workshop, it's a presentation, so there's really no, it'll be presented to us, and we'll just, and the kind of the issues that are involved in item one will kind of roll into the other items that we'll have public comment on. So we'll have item one, and then we'll go immediately into item number two. Item number 2 and 3, this is just agenda review, by the way. Item number 2 and 3, I think we should hear them at the same time, and then we can do public comment afterwards, because they kind of roll into each other. It seems to be that would be the most expeditious way to do it if there's no objection. And then item number 4 speaks for itself, and item number 5 stands alone on itself as well. Does that work? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, hearing no objection, is there any other changes to the agenda? Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay, a motion approved for Councilman Miranda, second for Councilwoman Hurtek. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, the ayes have it.
And are we going to stick, ma'am?
Yes, go
Are we
ahead.
going to stick to the rule that we're going to end by 1? Because
Yes.
And so should we allow a certain amount of time for each one of these so that we make
Well,
that? Or?
my goal is to get out before lunch, so I think we'll be able to do that if we stick to the agenda and we do what we need to do. So I think yes, if you could set the timers for both council and the public so that we can, at least we have that under control. I appreciate that.
I motion for 3 minutes.
Okay, so
First.
we have a motion from
Second.
Councilwoman Hurtek to limit council discussions on first round to 3 minutes. Second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, very good. Yeah, I know. I'm working there now. I wanted to make sure we had a clear understanding for the public, because there was a question about the public of what the rule is going to be, whether they want to sit here with us or not. Okay, Councilwoman Young, do you have the invocation?
Thank you very much. So today we have Christina Uncle. Christina is a graduate of Palm Beach Atlantic University and Stetson University's dual JD MBA program. Christina is a distinguished attorney, entrepreneur, and sports analyst with nearly 20 years of experience in soccer, law, and business. A former NCAA athlete and FIFA referee, she specializes in football law and is recognized authority on officiating and legal matters. Christina serves as president, general manager, and general counsel of Tampa Bay Sun FC, where she leads the strategic growth, operations, and legal affairs of women's professional soccer team. She is also the founder of Spark Consulting Group and Uncle Law, advising clients from federations to athletes and coaches at the intersection of sports, law, and business. As an internationally respected broadcaster, Christina partners with ESPN, CBS Sports, Apple TV, ITV, and Fox Sports, delivering expert analysis for elite competitions. Above all, Christina's proudest title is Mom to a Fearless Little Girl. Christina, will you please lead us in the invocation?
So I bring here today for everyone to meet you where you're at, in the space at where you're at, and in the moment at where you're at. And I encourage all to take this moment to reflect in a moment of silence, in a moment of gratitude, in a moment of reflection, and in a moment in connection with one's faith, whether it's spiritual or otherwise. As we are blessed here today to have stewards within our city and within our county who come and give their time, their resources, their skills, their knowledge, to be able to invest back into this beautiful city. So what they do here in the workshop and what they do every day. And something unlike that's never heard, but from a great quote from Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. And we thank you all for your time and your efforts here today, and for being the representation of our city, and being a representation for when it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day, to be able to show her the significance of what you do day in and day out. We thank you all as your public servants for doing the work that you do, and we thank you all from the bottom of our heart, from the constituents that practice here daily and the constituents that practice here and vote for you all. And we thank you for your time and for your moment and for this peace and gratitude. Thank you.
Would you mind lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sound good?
Your daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Do I do the Pledge of Allegiance? Is that one?
Wait, it's okay. She puts me on the spot all the time, too.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Yes, I think that would have given my daughter PTSD. Good morning. Well, thank you. That was a wonderful invitation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilwoman Young. Okay, let's dive right into it. USF presentation. We have a 15-minute presentation from USF. 15 minutes is the maximum. Come on forward. Start with your name.
Yep, Sean Landry from University of South Florida.
Thank you.
And my colleague, Becky Zarger from University of South Florida. She'll be giving the second part of it.
Okay.
And I need slides.
It's coming up. It's a process. You have a clicker there somewhere.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to, we've talked about this in person with a few of you, and we've released this already, but we're going to give a little overview of our post-hurricane tree canopy analysis and survey with residents. So just a little background is normally we do a full tree canopy ecological analysis every 5 years, but because of the storms, you asked us to do a survey to find out how much we lost as a result of the storms, and so we did that. So I don't need to remind you, but we got 2 fairly large storms back in 2024. They both came with storm surge and high winds and lots of rainfall in a period of a couple of weeks. And if you look at sort of the areas of the city that were most affected, I'll show this after when I show where the damage occurred, but a lot of obviously storm surge occurred along the coast, and then the high winds were in the southern part of the city for Hurricane Milton, and the heaviest rainfall was in the eastern, southeastern part of the city for Hurricane Milton, and that'll be reflected in what you see for the results. So the purpose of this study was simply to quantify the loss in tree canopy, and then to follow up on the survey we did in 2021 to find out if preferences had changed related to trees. And so the combination of those two were done by USF. So the tree canopy change analysis is the same methods we use every time we do this. And it's a simple method, but it's very robust. So we looked at, in this case, imagery from 2024 in roughly January timeframe, and then imagery from January timeframe of 2025. So 1 year kind of time span. In the middle of that, obviously, were the 2 hurricanes. And I won't go into this detail, but you can see on the image what we do is we get photo interpreters to look at these 2 images. This is the same house. In the first pre-storm, you see there's a tree there. In the second, there's not a tree there. So if you put down enough randomized points in the city, you get a good estimate of what happened, what was there before, what was there afterwards. And so that's what we did. Not all canopy loss was because of the storms. It's important to say that. That's the only data we could use. So, we assume, though, that a huge part of that was the result of the storms. It's reflected in the waste cleanup, the work orders that the city had to respond to, and the calls and disposal by private residents and private companies. And so, obviously, a lot of that damage was probably storm related. Cut to the chase. The pre-storm, which was kind of the good news part of this, is we went from 2021 to 2024, and we had a little increase. Basically, if you put in proportion, a 4.7% increase in tree canopy during that period. We kind of probably credit that to a lot of the emphasis on tree planting initiatives and tree protection initiatives. And then the year of the storm, we lost all of that, plus a little more, 4.8% decrease. So we kind of returned back down to right around the 2021 levels. And if you look at the areas of the city, I apologize for those maps, I should have redone them, but one of the largest areas hit was East Tampa kind of area, as well as, sort of South Tampa. And if you look at the patterns again of the winds, storm surge, the rainfall, all of that combined is sort of reflected in this pattern, which is what we would expect. So the causes of damage, just roughly, are newly planted trees. Obviously, they're not established. They can't withstand any kind of wind, so they just blow over. Trees like the laurel oak that have sort of decay and they're weak to begin with, they're going to be at risk. And then other species that are just inherently low wind resistance. And that's not necessarily the pine shown in this picture. Those aren't necessarily low wind resistance, but those are the kind of trees that are going to blow over. And the surprising thing, with all of the oaks that blew over, we think that is probably due to the saturated soils, the result of one hurricane after another, all of that rainfall. Soils are saturated, the roots just can't hold on when the wind's blowing, and we lost a lot of them. Normally, we wouldn't expect that with live oaks. So that was quite surprising. And so I'm going to turn this over to my colleague.
All right. Thanks very much, Sean. I'm Rebecca Zarger. I'm an associate professor of anthropology at USF and City of Tampa resident. And in the previous slide, and in this one too, this was actually in my own neighborhood, taken around Lake Roberta Circle. You can see there's a grand oak that uprooted and came down in front of this historic home. The tree had probably been there for a while. I just want to acknowledge that I'm going to present results of a survey. We had over 300 people participate, roughly representative across the city of Tampa, but there's a lot that's not conveyed from survey results. And I just want to sort of summarize the fact that we heard directly from many residents. I experienced some of these impacts of the hurricane myself. We had to remove a grand oak that was 65 feet tall with a crane from my backyard. So the impacts of the hurricane beyond the kind of canopy loss were significant. People were very concerned about seeing the amount and the scale of tree debris on their streets. There were concerns about removing that debris when it was. I think we saw some metrics there about the scale of it. It had a really significant impact on people, both financially, emotionally, and thinking about the future of our city. How can we address this? What are we going to do to mitigate these kinds of impacts in the future? And so that's really what drives this work, in addition to the fact that the city has requested us to do it. One of the things that we expected to see with this survey post-hurricane was that there may be sort of more concern about trees in general and less preference for trees in the city in the future. But we did not, in fact, find that. What we found, and I think this is an important point of hope and kind of grappling with this issue as a city, is that people either felt the same way about trees that they did before the hurricane, or they're even more concerned about trees in the city and the future of our urban canopy. So on this slide, you can see 85% said their preference either stayed the same or it increased. And I'm going to go to my next slide here. One of the things that we have been asking residents over the last 5 years is what they see as the benefits and the drawbacks of trees. And we see over and over again, there's significant agreement about the benefits. They provide shade, they cool the neighborhood, they increase property values, people have emotional and spiritual connections to them, important life events take place underneath trees. People see them as a real asset for their community. However, there are drawbacks, and this is where there's a little disagreement about which ones are kind of the most important drawbacks. But one of the things that we hear over and over again is that they're expensive to maintain, and this is really important for us to consider as we think about resilience to hurricanes. And they do damage property and sometimes, create mess with falling leaves and branches. However, it's important to note that despite these challenges with trees, people think the benefits are worth not only the investment, but also the risk when considering hurricane damage to property. As you can see in this slide, we have a fairly large number of people who agree with this statement that they are worth the risk. And thinking about the damage from hurricanes, costs of private tree trimming are very expensive. There's a lot of agreement about that. Across all neighborhoods of the city, they are experienced as expensive, which I think points to a challenge. Despite some of the issues that came from down trees and tree damage, there's still an interest in tree planting in the city. And one of the things that's important to consider is that many residents want trees planted, but not necessarily in their own yards. And there's many reasons for that. They'd love to see more trees in their neighborhood. They'd love to see more trees in the city, but it's sort of half and half as far as if they're willing to plant in their own yard. But one thing I would note too is that of the people who completed the survey post-hurricane that we're kind of summarizing here, 60% of residents want to plant trees on their property. And I think connecting with those residents is something that has a lot of potential. The other thing I would like to note is that of the people who completed the survey, 1 in 5 lost a tree due to the hurricanes that we experienced in 2024. But the majority did not experience major structural damage. Only 2.5% of people who completed our study had that experience. So when thinking about why people remove trees, the reasons are many. Obviously, in response to the hurricane is one example, but this slide really shows some of the reasons that people shared with us about why they remove a tree. There's definitely something to be kind of delved into a little bit more with the idea that trees are perceived as hazardous versus whether they're deemed hazardous by an arborist. So sometimes more information about which trees are hazardous and which are not would be really beneficial for residents. And now I'd like to sum up some of our recommendations. And these are drawn not solely from this hurricane survey and study that we did of tree canopy change, but from working on this issue, interviewing residents, talking with city staff and other key stakeholders over the last 5 years. The first is that it is critical for us to not only plant trees, but to preserve and maintain the trees that survived this hurricane. So increasing funding, as you can see, we're recommending increasing funding for street tree and park trees, as well as tree maintenance. Most planting spaces are on private land. So that presents a critical challenge that the city needs to meet. The other recommendation we have is to prioritize support for the city's tree management structure, which is complicated and across many departments. So thinking about, organizational management and structure to support these recommendations, including community leaders and community members and planting design, increases support for the canopy, and thinking about planting new trees. Planting should minimize infrastructure conflicts, obviously, prioritize type 1 and type 2 species, but also a diversity of species, as well as thinking about replacing trees that are being lost, not as a result of the hurricane, but because of other forces at work. So to wrap up, I've got two final recommendations here. One is developing a tree stewards program in neighborhoods, which is a community-based effort to support tree planting, maintenance, and education that's been very successful in other cities. And as we've heard from the tree experts with the city and other tree experts in cities around the country, selecting trees based on this concept of right tree, right place. There's no one solution for all the challenges that trees present, as well as the opportunities. Updating the City of Tampa tree matrix is one of the things that we suggest, as well as providing resources and education to residents about, which species are most resilient, for example, to hurricanes, thinking about what tree is going to fit in the space that you have, and how can you maintain that tree for future generations. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to council, and thank you to Brian Knox and Kayla Caselli at the city for inviting us to be here today.
I saw Councilman Maniscalco, Carlson, and then Miranda. Yeah, this is questions only.
Forget it.
Questions only. Councilman Carlson, you have a question? No.
I just want to say thank you very much. I agree with what you said. There's another thing that we haven't talked about, and that there were some trees that I remember on Spruce, just west of McDill Avenue by West Tampa Little League, right along the edge. They were beautiful big trees. They looked like healthy. And what happened after the storm, I was driving by and I noticed that the inside of the tree, they were completely rotted out. It was just the outside of the tree. And I'm thinking, how in the world can we find out which trees are that way? Because right there's hundreds of kids. There were 340 kids now playing at West Tampa Little League, boys and girls. And I certainly don't want to see anyone get damaged by a tree, but I also want to see the tree survive. But we don't know how old that tree is, so I can't tell how hollow it is from the outside.
Well, more than likely, it was a laurel oak. That's as opposed to a live oak. We've seen that classic condition in laurel oaks across the city. They were all planted around 50 to 70 years ago or so in that time frame, and they are definitely not a tree we would ever recommend planting again in an area where you worry about it falling on somebody. But there are ways of checking, and it is regularly done by an arborist. One of them is a simple method of banging on the tree, literally, and you can hear.
It's hollow. You
can hear if it's hollow. Yeah, and so that's one of the methods they do. They also have sonar, and so there's ways of evaluating it, and that's one of the reasons to recommend some more, resources for the people responsible for managing these trees in parks and in the right of way.
I agree with you very much. And the other one next, I'm sure other council members who have the same thing. People call us from the driveway. That tree was planted 30 years ago. Now my driveway is lifting up. What do you want me to do?
That's the right tree, right place. Yeah, we're living with the legacy of bad decisions.
Yeah.
And so
And everything I said you agree with, because we get the drift of it as we stay here longer and longer every year.
I think the other thing I would say is that when you think about replenishing the urban canopy, it's a multi-generational project that you're involved in, right? It's a long-term game. And so thinking about the trees that we plant now are for future generations. And I feel like there's a lot of really good information available about things like which species are going to be more resilient in times of drought like we're in right now, or when it's hurricane season or tropical storms are coming in. And so there's a lot of good information out there about ways to kind of, reforest canopy where it's been lost. But I think one of the challenges are these sort of infrastructural conflicts that you really have to analyze sort of house lot by house lot or neighborhood block by neighborhood block if you're looking at public street trees in particular.
Well, thank you so much.
And one of the clear recommendations we've had is the problem with infrastructure conflicts. It's not just don't plant trees where there are conflicts. It's create space for trees when you're doing infrastructure projects. So it's a combination of both of those is critically important for the future. That's what we'd say.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, thank you so much for this. I really appreciate the list of recommendations. A lot of those match what many of the advocates are asking for. Particularly, I like the way you had, yeah, thank you. If you could put this back, if you could put the recommendations back up so I can ask the question. Reorganizing the city's tree management structure, I appreciate you're prioritizing type 1 trees, but if you go down to plant new trees, it says limited spaces available for type 1 species, diversify. Do you mean diversify where you put them? I was just, the word diversify was unclear, and I wanted to make sure I understood your recommendation based on what was above.
We don't recommend limiting the palette to type 1 or type 2. Part of the reason is you need a diversity of options in order to find, plant trees in places where they are available. I think you guys are going to have that discussion today. But we also diversify, meaning diversify the species of trees. We have a lot of live oaks. If we get a disease coming through that affects live oaks, we're in trouble, right? And so I love live oaks, so don't get me wrong, but we have to think about diversity. Other cities have actually looked at their diversity. I think Minneapolis, they set limitations on if you already have a certain proportion of the one species in the neighborhood, you can't plant any more, right? And and naturally things like these diseases have come through and literally wiped out most of the trees in neighborhoods up north. And so we just want to avoid that. So diversity is key.
Just a kind of addendum to what Sean just shared. I think it's important also to kind of create a distinction between planting on private property versus public property with the priorities. That's something to keep in mind. And I think that the direct answer to your question is we're recommending diversify in both senses of the word. Work to prioritize trees as living infrastructure where you can. And yes, there are some drawbacks with things like, driveway buckling and things like that. But also work to prioritize those trees that are really going to add to the canopy, but, be able to be maintained and stay in that place for decades. So having flexibility with the tree matrix for the people who are, skilled at determining which trees, that's a really important element of being able to really create a diverse, thriving urban canopy.
Thank you very much. Councilman Carlson.
Mr. Chair, first point of order. We whisper to each other a lot here. I think Marty would tell us that for the public's sake and for our sake that we should ask to be heard and that we should publicly state whatever we're going to say. I know sometimes we're tempted to do that, but it's distracting when we're whispering to each other because we can't hear. We don't know what's being said, and I think if there's something worth a public discussion, we should say it so the public could hear. The second thing is that although I didn't make the motion apparently to schedule this today, I did make the original motion to bring them on to do this, and my office was working with them, and I would just like to set it up for a second. I have a couple questions. I know your format is there, but usually we would at least set something up. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you to you. I know that my office was working with you all a lot. When we first called you, it was out of process and out of step, and I appreciate you all. I think we all appreciate you all getting involved in this and doing it. The purpose of it, as you kind of said, but the purpose was in between to set a new base, because we know that development and I think in your previous reports, individual trees being torn down as individual homes of it, that especially in South Tampa, that's had a big impact. But what I think the tree advocates and I didn't want to happen was that as you get to the next big study, that we say, instead of 4% difference or whatever, it's 10% difference, and we include what happened with the storm. So now we have an idea, thanks to your hard work and your team's hard work, we have an answer about what happened with the storms, which is important to separate. So the question is, and so first, thank you so much to you and your team for going out of order and doing this. We're so thankful that USF has these resources and that you all do this. And thank you to the administration for agreeing to do it also. They didn't have to agree to do it either. As you get ready to do the next big study, the question is, will this be the new base, or will you go back to a couple years ago? Will this be the new base that you measure from, so you can see what the changes development? And let me ask the next question while we're here. 2 questions real fast, and you guys can answer all of them. You say tree management. Do you think we need more tree staff? One of the things that I find is that because it seems like the tree staff are very busy, the tree advocates and TTAG come out and help individual homeowners, and that's very beneficial, kind of like the tree stewards program. But do we need more tree staff? And then the other thing is the state law that puts certain restrictions on us. As you study it next time, is there a way you can specifically parse that out so we can know what that impact is, and hopefully we can try to lobby the state to change it?
That's a lot. I'll try to.
I was taking notes.
So, in a sense of will this be the baseline, this will be included in everything we present. So hopefully we'll be looking at what's happening almost every year, and so we can see, for 2026, this is the year, right? We're going to look at how much we have in 2026, and compare that to 2021, but also compare it to post-storm. The other thing we hope to look at during, one of the questions we've had over time is how much loss or gain is occurring that relates to, either storms or tree health in general versus developments. And one of the things we hope to do is a more robust analysis of what has happened over time with the redevelopment that's occurred when houses are torn down. And so if a house is torn down, we're going to look at what we had pre-tear down for Canopy on that lot, and we can look at what happened 5 years, 10 years, 15 years later. So are we regaining Canopy over time after redevelopment occurs? And because we know it's possible, right? Retaining the large trees is probably the preference, but it's possible to retain or regain canopy in these areas where we are having massive redevelopment. So we hope to look at that, so we can kind of look at what's causing these changes. The cause of the change has always been one of those questions that just eludes us because we don't have the data.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just in addition, we've proposed to do street level interviews in a systematic sample across the city, and especially targeting places in central Tampa, South Tampa, East Tampa, where we know there's been much more significant canopy loss that's been documented, to potentially be able to systematically get at this question you're asking about: what's the impact of state laws and other sort of specific stories about reasons trees came down, how they came down, under what circumstances, so that we can kind of build a picture of the pattern in a systematic way that kind of moves beyond some of the interviews that we've done.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Young.
Well, one, I want to thank you all so much for doing this presentation. You had mentioned that there are some cities that I guess maybe have, if you have a certain percentage of a type of tree, is that in San Francisco as well, or is that in another? Do you know what cities that's?
Can you say that one more time?
You had, earlier in the presentation, you had said that some cities have, like, if you have a certain percentage of a type of tree, then you don't plant more of that tree in that area. Is that also in San Francisco, or is that in another city?
San Francisco is fairly unique. I was just there a couple weeks ago, and we met with the head of Public Works for the entire city of San Francisco, billions of dollars of budget, used to be an arborist, right? And so the city of San Francisco passed an ordinance in 2016, I think, where they provide $16 million per year for trees, specifically for the urban forestry management. And so they're kind of unique in that they have a full tree inventory because they've spent the resources. Obviously, they have a much bigger budget than Tampa does, just in general. But proportionately, if we focus more on managing trees, then we could be more proactive by looking at what we have and how we should focus on diversity And, making sure we avoid planting in the wrong place, we can do all of those things. We know that Tampa's management of trees is extremely reactive. It's not proactive. And the city staff will tell you that, right? So we know that. And I mean, unfortunately, the way to fix that is providing funding, right? We need more funding for it. I think they're pretty efficient, as it is now, but unfortunately, they don't have the resources to do some of the planning and help with managing diversity and things like that.
Okay, and then, my second, so it's San Francisco that has this ordinance, yes?
They do that, yes.
Okay,
They
okay.
yes, as well as others. Minnesota was one I
Okay,
mentioned.
I'm trying to get examples of cities that do this, where if you have a certain percentage of trees, so it's, okay, that's it. And then my second question was, it was a question Councilman Carlson asked about, as far as having, more staff specifically for the trees. Is that something that you all would recommend?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I'm not sure that's our purvey to make that recommendation, but it does seem that supporting the efforts with more staff and more funding seems pretty clear that would go some distance.
Just the need to be proactive, and so if they don't have the resources to be proactive, then that's something to look at. So whether that's more staff, we can't speak to, but yeah.
The other thing, in addition, I think that relates to that question about more staff, is that there is hesitancy on the part of some residents in the city who experienced lots of tree loss in the hurricane to support planting of new trees, whether on private property or public property. And in areas of the city that have experienced more tree loss, it's likely that there was less tree maintenance that happened before the storm. So if trees had been pruned and prepared for the storm, if there had been investment in that, in both the public and the private sense, if that had been possible, we might have had a different outcome in some neighborhoods in the city. So there's a need to kind of rebuild some trust around trees as infrastructure that's positive in some neighborhoods of the city. Other neighborhoods of the city, there's, majority support for planting trees, just not on my own, not on my yard and someone else's. But yeah, I think that that's something that has some interplay with support within the city to be able to address issues like that.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of things. One, in your study, for your future studies, I would suggest having a socioeconomic breakdown on the question Q&As, because I know growing up as a poor person, my family hated trees because they were for fear out of the damage they would cause to the house. So they remove trees because when someone can't afford to put food on the table and they have to worry about house damage, that it's a big issue. So I think when you break it down into neighborhoods and the folks who have money or don't have money to be able to do this, it's a privilege.
So we actually did collect those data with both surveys, and I think that one of the things that's really telling to me is that if you look at tree maintenance, regardless of zip code, people say that is expensive.
Yeah.
So you can imagine if your income is barely above the poverty line,
Right.
and you're saying it's expensive, and someone who lives in a wealthier zip code is saying that, then it's really expensive.
I am gonna suggest in our following discussions, because it's been readily apparent to me for years, even as a resident prior on council, that our lack of maintenance, we have these assets, these are, especially the ones that are planted in city right-of-ways, we have these assets, but we don't maintain, which is, of course, a systemic for various things, alleys and trees and all these other things. I think we need to find a balance within these funds to be able to maintain those assets, because I think you pointed out that a well-maintained tree is more resilient to the storms as well. So if we can figure out a balance of how to pay for that and make sure that that's done. I'm trying to, just like we all are, having a difficulty between the right tree, right place, and then the same thing about type 1 and type 2 trees, which we're going to talk about again today. How do you see that as far as us building the tree canopy? In other words, crepe myrtles are becoming universally hated on this, because the proliferation and the replace, using crepe myrtles as in lieu of what would be perceived a bit more desirable tree. How do we balance that? What do you see the future tree canopy in the city of Tampa looking like?
Well, one of the things we hope to do this next time with the study is revise the tree matrix. If you've seen the tree matrix, it provides some of these different criteria like wind resistance, drought resistance, and how much space you need to plant and how large the tree can get. And we want to add in things like consideration of diversity. Like you said, we know we have a lot of crepe myrtles. We should probably try to steer towards other options. Crepe myrtle is great for a small space, but if you have more space, then why are you planting a crepe myrtle? And so hopefully by revising the tree matrix, it provides a bit more of a better guide, not just for the city, but for private residents, to know that they're planting the tree in a place where they can expect the longest life and receive the biggest benefit, and that balance, you know.
Thank you. That concludes my portion of the round. Councilwoman Hurtak, followed by Councilman Miranda.
This is more of a point of order question.
Okay.
We said 3 minutes. Are we doing 3 minutes for question and answer? Then why are you going over?
Well, I went over one time with
So I'm just saying, we need to stick to rules. So what is the rule? We need to agree on the rule.
So let me ask you all's indulgence. When you see the 30 seconds, that means there's 30 seconds left in that time slot. I didn't want to cut you guys. I don't mind cutting these guys off. I just didn't want to be. I didn't want to be rude to you
We'll
guys.
pay
but-
more attention to the
Okay, thank you
beeping
so
over
much.
here.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I just wanted to,
Yeah.
just to ask,
okay.
because we didn't set those rules beforehand, so I think we need to agree to them right now.
I think we're good with this. 3 minutes, we're good.
But does everybody understand 3 minutes means questions and answers?
Yeah.
And are we gonna do that for the rest of
Yes.
today?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to set the stage, because we did not do that, and I apologize for that. So I do, honestly, that was my only thing. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. There's many little things that we can do, I think, without a lot. When you say we're playing reactive, you never win.
Right.
You never win. It's like baseball. Who has the ball? The defense. You can't score when you have the ball. It's the same thing. So when I look at it realistically, why do the houses fall apart? Because the tree falls where? On the roof. And what's the roof made out of? Wood. What's the second floor made out of? Wood. What's the first floor made out of? Concrete. So there you have a failure going against you already. You have strike two. All you need is one more strike and you're out. So if the tree falls on the roof, what happens? The house collapses. So we have to change more than just planting trees. That's my opinion, and I may be wrong. You see in the islands, and I've said this before, very few houses are torn down. Why? Because the concrete and the rebar wire goes down to the ground 6, 7, 8 feet down, and then it's rebar wire all across the house. And the roof is not at an angle, it's flat, it's concrete and what? Rebar. A tree can hit it, hurricane can't pick it up, and it has no eaves. It cannot pick up the eaves and the walls collapse. So you have a lot more things going on than just a tree. The tree is what's taking the heat for the damage. But is the tree really the cause? Or is it us, the way we built? That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's try to keep the topic. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, as I recall, we go back and forth with Singapore to be the #1 tree canopy in the world. And I lived in Singapore for a few years, hosted the Singapore Prime Minister in Tampa a few years ago. The former Prime Minister, when he started in the 60s, got, I think it was Angsana trees and others, so that when you arrive at the airport, the whole highway, like 275, is covered with tree canopy. And so he got fast-growing trees that were relatively clean and everything. I know we can't bring those here, but when we were showing the Singapore Prime Minister around Tampa, when we took him on 275, we distracted him so he couldn't look. Is there, so my street has an oak canopy, but that's like 100 years old. Is there some fast-growing tree that we can use that would cover the sidewalks and roads that you would recommend?
There are definitely options, right? You go ahead.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Make a recommendation, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, there are fast-growing trees that are not a problem. Some of them, like laurel oak, you know, if you are maintaining it, you know, they are fast-growing. If you're maintaining it and you're aware of, you know, the dangers with the rot inside, and you're monitoring it, then they can be good species. And there are many others like it that can do that. So beyond live oak, there are other species that are options. Live oak, of course, is the one that we associate with overhanging canopy. And also, it's resistant to storm damage because it evolved here.
Do you think it's realistic in Florida to try to plan a canopy over a big highway like Dale Mabry or 275 or other big roads in Tampa, or should we just give up?
I don't, you,
I think the large arteries probably are a sort of a separate challenge in some sense. I mean, clearly there are many cities around the world who have done that. So in my mind, I'm like, clearly it's possible, but it feels to me like it would be such a kind of reach with restructuring a lot of the existing hard, like gray infrastructure. I would be personally a big fan, but I see that as a big challenge. I think one of the other things we're recommending is to kind of support tree planting on private property where there's existing interest and enthusiasm about that too, because it seems a way to kind of leverage existing resources and then, you know, kind of tap into neighbor interest in this. So, you know, I think through the tree planting discussions that we've had over the last couple of years, having been involved in Relief, there are some great recommendations that landscape planners have made in response to community priorities. So I think mapping those is really critical.
Don't you hate that line? Okay, I think that's going to conclude this part of the discussion. Thank you so much for showing. It was quite interesting.
All
We
right,
appreciate
thank
that.
you. Thank you
I
very
should
much.
mention, if you
Okay.
ever have any questions at all and you want to get in touch with us directly, we're happy to respond. And if you make the response public, that's fine, because we do that anyway. So whenever you have a question, just let us know.
Yeah,
Thank
let
you.
us know.
Well,
Thank
it
you
was-
for
it was- it was-
the time.
It was a perfect tee off for the next two discussions.
Okay.
So we're going to open up number 2 and 3 together. 2 and 3 together. Staff, Gabby, you want to start that off?
Good morning, Council. Abby Feely, Administrator of Development and Economic Opportunity. I think what the team just shared with you and what I want to talk about a little bit this morning is kind of the history of how we got here. I don't want to spend too much time. I know you have a very busy agenda, but we have so many moving parts of the tree discussion. And in even thinking about that in terms of today, you know, we really wanted to provide you with information so you can have the most productive conversation. And I am not the tree czar. I touch trees, or my portfolio touches trees in relationship to building permits and when they come in and they are utilizing mitigation and the tree trust fund. The zoning department touches them. But where did all this start was really, you know, how did all these pieces kind of come together? And in full transparency, I'm going to show you, you know, I started putting everything together and I'm like, okay, where did we start all this? How did we? And I'm like, oh, there's something better in this. So I worked on this till close to midnight last night. I brought hard copies today. I could stand here and rattle off to you the ordinances, the resolutions, when we started funding things, but I put it in a more comprehensive document. I brought copies for council. I brought some copies for the public. I can get more copies, and then we need to make sure it's ADA before I put it into on-base. But I do want to share this.
It's a lot of work.
And in addition to that, you know, I have all of the ordinances here. I went back, I read them all. You know, just to be able to share it today and have a discussion like, how did we start all this? Because I think in order for us to look at what we're gonna do, or what the direction you're gonna provide today, we should take that step back. And we're gonna start at the roots of this tree, which was 1996. In 1996, the Tree Trust Fund was created, okay? And at that time, it went into Chapter 16, and it was about 3 lines in Chapter 16 that said, we're gonna create this fund, and we can use it to replant trees, and it was in city parks. And at that time, the mitigation in '96 on the reso that went with that was $125 a tree. In 2001, that went to $300 a tree. So that's what started building our trust fund back in 1996. In 2006, we amended that section 1626 to say not only were we going to plant trees, we were going to pay for an analysis of our city tree canopy, okay? That went into 1626. It was 4 little words that got added onto that section, and it said we can now use this fund to pay for this canopy analysis too. And we have done 4 of these analyses. We did one in 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021. And what you just heard from the team at USF, because there was a resolution at that time that put us into an agreement with University of Florida, and then later it was amended to put us into an agreement with University of South Florida to be doing this analysis on a regular basis, and we've done it. And those are available actually on City Planning's webpage, which you can see now. Here's another facet of the tree and how we touch this in so many places in the city. So in 2009, Chapter 16, which is Parks and Recreation's chapter, got reorganized for a bunch of different things. Marinas, this, that. 1626 became 1686, and it was the same section again, except for the fact that it talked about using the fund for selection, acquisition, installation, and maintenance of trees to be placed in department-managed lands, right-of-way, and property where the city had legal interest. So we were able to expand from just planting in parks with these funds to planting in other places. In 2013, that's where we started with that first urban forest master plan. In the resolution that talks about City Council accepting that plan, it was a public plan. It was actually presented at Barksdale Senior Center. I just got way too much information on the trees, but it was presented at Barksdale Senior Center in September of that year. It was then brought to City Council for acceptance through resolution in November of that year. And that really said, we are going to use this urban forest master plan as the policy plan for how we're going to manage our urban forest. So when I read through all this, I think to myself, the urban forest master plan, kind of like the comp plan, right? It's our policy plan. It's a 20-year plan. That 20-year plan, if we did it in 2013, would now be due again in 2033. So we've got a couple years till that happens. But running concurrent with that have been these analyses to show what's going on with the canopy. Then we've got the 20-year plan, and those things have touch points together, right? It goes back to the trust fund on how we support the recommendations, some of which you heard this morning, the matrix, the different things. We've done many of the things that have come out of that urban forest master plan. So in 2018, we really kind of modernized the framework. So up until 2018, that's what many of you know as the old tree trust fund, right? It was citywide. You could spend the funds citywide. In 2018 was when we brought in from the comp plan the planning districts. There were 5 planning districts. This is when 1668, that section in the Parks and Recreation Code, got changed to include planning districts and to specify that the fund be collected by planning districts and be spent by planning districts. It also had a parameter in the end of that section that said anything collected up till now under the old tree trust fund could be spent like the old tree trust fund said. So that section is in there. It ended the citywide tree fund, and this also talked about tree types, tree payments. This is the first time you saw it actually had a 1-3. Instead of saying type 1s and type 2s, it says 1 through 3 and palms. So this is when you first saw it introduced to talk about types. And also, this is when it first talked about reporting. So 2019, there's an ordinance in 2019, but it looks like it's just a restatement, because in 2019, we took the old chapter 13, which was our tree and landscape, and we moved it into the land development code into chapter 27. So everything in the ordinance in 19 is really restated, but in it, it has all the changes of the sections from 13 to then be the sections for 27. So that being said, in addition to all of this, with the reporting. So the reporting went into effect, it appeared in June of 2019. In looking at this, to be able to show you today where we've been on the reporting, and Kayla's gonna talk to that, and we do have information on that. If you'll remember, Acela was in a pretty bad shape in 2019. We did the lift and shift on Acela in 2022. So Acela there was no way to pull from all of these 20-some thousand permits a year what was going on with the trees. So we started, we did the Acela upgrade in April of 22, and in October of 24, we had the scripting in to at least start pulling the mitigation trees, how many were being come out, and then the payments into the fund. We started tracking the new way with the type 1, 2, and 3 March of this year. So, I mean, in terms of reporting, I want to be honest, I want to be open, I want to tell you where we are on those things. The other thing you can see from here is that the multifaceted nature of this, part of the responsibility lies in parks, part of the responsibility lies in construction services, part is in zoning when they're coming to you, part is in city planning, part is in resiliency, and part of this is that a lot of these efforts have been traveling along together, but kind of in different spaces. So I think it was important today, before we get to, and I do have the Urban Forest Master Plan resolution with me that talks about the creation of two things. The Urban Forest Master Plan talked about or guided the development of an internal technical advisory team, which we have, and a natural resources advisory committee, which I know is also on your agenda today. It talks about those two groups meeting semi-annually to discuss the implementation of the policies in what I call the Urban Forest Comprehensive Plan, in my own mind, and presenting an annual report back to City Council in that term. But it really talks about them working on those long-range strategies that are in the 20-year plan. So I know we're going to dive into each of those sections a little bit further. I just wanted to really kind of go back and set the table so we all have the information as to kind of how we got here today.
Thank you, Ms. Field. I think that's a wonderful kickoff. Thank you for working so hard and being up to midnight last night doing that. I think it was a great way to start this conversation, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, I wanted to go back to what you were just talking about in terms of like how all the departments are dividing, and this is a big question that I have and the public has. Why did this administration get rid of the tree czar? That was the whole point, was to bring all these teams together, and at the beginning of this administration that was farmed out to these individual groups. Why did that happen? Why don't we have someone that's overseeing all of this?
So I've been with the city 26 years. I am not aware of a tree czar. I'm here honestly today to try to pull all of this together. I don't want to be the tree czar. I'm not, I'm a lot of things, but that's not it. So I'm not. I'm going to have to get you an answer on that. I don't know that I've ever seen that position anywhere. It's always lived in these kind of other places. The effort has never been centralized. Even when there was a natural resources team,
That's what I was talking about.
okay?
That's what I
They
was
didn't
talking
do
about.
the maintenance and they didn't do, parks still did a part.
Okay.
Planning still did a part. Everybody still did a part, which I think that's, it's a big undertaking, right? So everybody has done a part. It's never been a centralized function like you just discussed.
Trees are was not the appropriate word, but there was that natural resources that was able to touch each part, that what it did was, I think the frustration is what that team did was really make it continually bringing it to the forefront, whereas when it was folded into all of these other departments and there wasn't someone focused on it specifically, that this is why we landed where we are today. This is more of a discussion, but I just wanted to ask why we got rid of that tree, the natural resources department, to go down to the individuals, which then did, for better or for worse, take the focus off of someone who just focused on trees, like in all the overall the departments.
Okay, may I respond to that, please? Okay, thank you. So I was part of that, and I'm happy to answer that question. It's a great question. So the natural resources section, when I came back to the city in October of 2020, you had a team of, I believe, 4. And as I just mentioned, still we're not doing the maintenance and evaluations out in the tree, but you had 4 people that an average day, and 2 of them are here. Mary's here and Brian's here, and they could speak to that. Mary might start her day doing a rezoning evaluation and then jump around and go out and do 2 tree inspections and then come back and do a building inspection. And the continuity of service was not happening. Not only that, when I came in, all of the tree mitigation was on paper sheets and they were hand putting it into the system. And we never finished. It never got done where we could run that report and bring it to you. That spurred the discussion of automation into Acela. How do we get this done? It also made us look at where are the arborist roles or urban forester roles, they're called, within the city's processes. They are in parks. They are in construction services. We now have 3 full-time reviewers that Henry, Michael, that sit there today and are reviewing the 20,000 building permits. We have Mary and her team that works with the construction activity compliance team to ensure immediate response when somebody calls in that somebody's cutting down a tree. Because what was happening was the old team, somebody's cutting down a tree, I'm in the middle of a building review. I'm in the middle of a variance review board review. There was no synthesis to how the operation was happening. There is one in the zoning team. The other thing we did was we introduced a arborist in the right-of-way. So Brian, who might have been doing the variance review board, then a building permit, then coming to council on an appeal, then was going out to see the right-of-way work. Right-of-way did not have their own arborist. So we now have Cher, and she's the arborist in mobility. And this actually allowed us to expand and more intentionally be a part of the processes that really needed those tree reviews and really needed those people. So I understand your question. I don't know that it ever really operated the way you just described as someone being the tree czar or the tree leader. I think it still lived in all these places and really has never had its synthesis today.
Thank you. And the reference for council, I know with the conversation we had earlier, that's kind of the difference I kind of need, because I feel like what Ms. Feely just presented was critical information to the discussion. So and what I would urge council to, when you're phrasing your questions, be really diligent of your 3-minute time, try to be as concise as possible so that we can give the speakers an adequate amount of time to talk. But on those times when I feel like and if they're just repeating themselves, I'll cut them off. But if they're providing information, I'm going to let them continue to. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Councilman Carlson.
Ms. Feely, since you're up there, the part of the reason the last presentation was to show that storms knocked down a lot of trees, but there are a fair number of trees, as you mentioned just now, they're knocked down by tree arborists or developers or whatever. As you know, city council very rarely approves trees to be cut down, but then there's always a trade-off. There are a few that we approve, but the perception of the public is that the city, meaning us or your team, just are haphazardly letting people cut down trees. And I know the state law limits us also, but when we get questions about that, we forward it to you and you do a good job of answering them. Could you just say, since there might be a lot of tree advocates watching right now, could you just tell them kind of what your sense is of the majority of those situations and hopefully dispel thoughts that the city is allowing trees to be rapidly cut down?
Sure. And I thought, just to backtrack for a second, your question under the last presentation about the House bill removals, we now in Acela have a way, I could go run you a query right now and show you how many, if we saw them gone. I mean, that's the one thing about trees, and I just had one removed on my own street and thought I would like throw up in my car. I mean, honestly, they're irreparable damages, right? They're irreparable damages. And there's a couple different platforms. One that Carol Ann and Stephanie have continued to stay in contact with us on are new homes. And this was actually an effort of this council, you know, new homes that are putting in their mitigation trees. And I think we got 2 last week. And they sell the home closes, they sell the home, and somebody takes the trees out. And it's, you know, so we do door hangers now to tell them, these are your required trees. You can't do that. And in those cases, and we do have the tree hotline, we do have Mary's here, you know, we actively are out there going after, you know, we don't just let people take them out. The House bill, unfortunately, does preempt homeowners who have occupied homes from taking out trees without permits because it is a hazardous or a threat to them in their homes. So I'm not sure I fully answered your question, but I mean, our team is very proactive in ensuring that what is required to be there stays there, and what is there now, you know, when people come in to ask for their removal is not a haphazard decision.
Thank you, and thank you for updating Acela. I've heard a lot of compliments about the new version. We went from like version 1 to 11 or something like that. It's a big improvement.
Okay, so let's get into the meat of these 2 items. So let's start with the number 3, and that was the talking about the reporting. Can we talk about that?
Kayla Caselli, Sustainability and Resilience Officer. So I'm going to go ahead and give the reports here. I have them printed, and then we'll submit. We would be happy to submit the electronic copies, obviously, to council and the public as well. So as was stated, the report, you know, does not, for the collection, does not include from the last 5 fiscal years. So fiscal year 20 through 25 is when we were required by code when that update happened to start this reporting. Type 1, 2, 3, and Palm is not included in the collection because we would be required basically to go into every single building permit, as Administrator Freely just mentioned, and pull that information manually. Now it'll be automated, and so going forward from March into the future, we'll be able to do that. But it does have everything, the building permit number that's associated, which is explicitly said in the reporting section of code, as well as the part of which trust fund. So if it's the South Tampa one, the Central Tampa one, etc. Then the second part, which is the last, I believe, 3 pages, is the expenditure part. Right, we just explained that we had the old tree trust fund, and so we were, in that resolution, it basically said that we were obligated to try and spend that down first before going and spending the new trust fund. So now we're just getting to the point, I believe, I checked with Revenue and Finance, we have maybe $36,000 left in the old, so it's pretty much dwindled down to its last drops at this point. And now we are starting to expend for the first time from these new tree trust funds. So the only expenditures so far from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 25 have not been any trees, but they've been the planning and design work that's helped build the relief plans that Brian Knox will go into in a little bit during the presentation to help identify where we can plant trees to then go out into these neighborhoods and actually get the trees in the ground.
I have a question.
Sure.
And partially, maybe it's frustration, because, and I'm sure this is partially 50% probably how people feel, and 50% of people throw tomatoes at me. But is this government run amok? Like, why can't we just plant the damn trees? I mean, we're creating so many rules. I mean, what has been the obstacle of actually just getting these damn trees in the ground? And we're creating, it seems like we're creating this huge bureaucracy, and I think council is responsible for this too. We're creating this huge bureaucracy. What is there, maybe thinking outside, is there a streamlined version? Do we hire two people? And say, your job is to put freaking trees in the ground? I mean, how do we get there?
That would be one way to do it. I think there's been a few things. So we empathize with that. We would like it to be really easy as well. Whenever you're operating in the right of way, it's complicated, right? We have infrastructure underground, above ground. We're mandated by our own code and to be good stewards of our electrical grid that we cannot plant trees that grow above 25 feet within 30 feet of electrical line. And so there just has to be this analysis that has to happen. We just cannot just go around and just put any tree anywhere in the right of way. I think that's the most restrictive. It's the hardest tree to plant in the entire city of Tampa. And it's usually the most expensive because it requires that analysis. The trade-off though is that usually has a big impact. People love having a street in their neighborhood or around our city lined with trees. They also can provide, even if it's a smaller tree, they can provide some shade. They can provide that buffer from vehicular traffic, from like a mobility vision zero perspective. And they can be beautiful, and that's another benefit that doesn't always have economics. I think when you get into parks and private property, that's the easier opportunities. And
have we saturated those areas yet?
Property, absolutely not. I think.
And what about parks?
Parks, I think that's really for the Parks Department. But my understanding is there are not as many opportunities as we think in parks. Right, we have to leave space for open recreation, sport fields, etc. So there's always going to be a few more spots to plant trees, but we're not going to be able to cover all of our parks with 100% canopy. It's just not. That's not the only function that they serve.
Can I jump in?
Of course, please.
So one of the things, Abby Feely, one of the things we were working on, we had gotten a grant, $1 million grant, and started an effort to develop planting plans. And we now have, I think, close to 10 of those plans developed. Unfortunately, the grant was taken away through the federal, I want to say, the Great Big Beautiful Bill, or one of those. So. But Evan Johnson's team had done community outreach, had done, to develop these plans. So we have these plans. And how we did that was the $1 million, we went to teams that were already on contract with us in an effort to streamline, like you're talking about, to get the plans together so then we could use the trust fund to plant those trees. So we have those plans. And I think one of the questions for City Council today is the possibility of, bringing now those plans. One idea I had was we could bring them as part of the fiscal year 27 budget. We could put the plans out right now, onto the website. We have not put them out to bid yet. I want to be clear on that. We just have the designs done, so they would need to go out to bid. Where we're kind of at this point is, will you let us use the trust fund to go ahead and work on these plans? I mean, to implement them, because we have them. So I think that's one of the larger questions that brought us to today together, because when, we do try to integrate tree plantings into other plans, as you've seen with the project that we've been working on getting reimbursement for over the past couple months. That's where the city sees an opportunity. We take it upon ourselves to integrate those things into our capital improvement plans. In addition to that, we have these planting plans that city planning has been working on in coordination with Parks, Eric Muki and the Parks team. getting those things together. So I think that we could put into action those things, those plans, now, or going forward, but we need to be in partnership with the funding source, which is the Tree Trust Fund.
You may not know this because I'm sure they work out of parks, but the tremendous program, which is for private property, we're trying to get trees planted. Is it true there's only one person doing that for this entire city?
Yes.
Okay.
Kayla Casoli, Sustainability Resilience. Yes, there's one person who does the tremendous, in partnership with a contractor who actually does like the acquisition, delivery, and installation.
Right.
She does the inspections and the pre-inspection to see if the site is suitable for which type of tree, and then the 6-month and 1-year inspection that's required by code. And
that it's not hiring a city employee. Don't you think we could contract some of this additional help for that department so that we could, maybe for a year or two of expediting that into private property?
Potentially, I think that's a question we'll definitely circle back with the Parks Department to see what they would like to do for fiscal year 27.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
That was actually my contribution to the extra money we had in 2025. I had $500,000 earmarked for tree maintenance specifically to do that, but unfortunately, the administration hasn't seemed to want to do that, to hire another person. But that was my goal, but then Councilman Vieira wanted more park money for North Tampa, and because of South Tampa had gotten a bunch of money, I let him use that money. But trees has been something that my office has been working on forever, and that is the biggest issue. And so we have to put funding toward it. The problem is, how do we use it? Because the Tree Trust Fund currently, it's for our debate later, but it's really about how we actually want to use that. Do we think it's okay to be planting bushes and all these other things too? And that's part of a landscape plan. So there's a lot to it. But we have been working on that. The problem with the tremendous, anyway, we'll get into that later.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, for the public, as you hear, we have a very pro-tree city council. Harold Walker, who was a resident of Hyde Park, passed away about a year ago. Literally, Councilmember Hurtak and I were there. He literally was showing neighborhoods how to plant trees and passed away advocating for trees. He was working on a program that started in his yard where there were laurel oaks in Hyde Park, and the city said we need to tear them down. So he partnered with the city somehow and paid extra for trees, and then went through and educated his neighbors about maybe taking out every other laurel oak and planting a larger live oak. And I wonder, I'm going to be having some follow-up meetings about that, but I wonder if that's something that we could continue to advocate for. An example of that is New Suburb Beautiful. And New Suburb Beautiful that has the worst roads in the city, I think. Absolutely terrible roads. Somebody planted trees in 1976 for the bicentennial underneath the power lines, which, as you said, is illegal now. So there's a problem with the tree canopy being V-cut. The roots on these trees are so big that they go into the houses and into the street, and the mobility department said we can't pave the roads because of the roots, but if you cut down, the trees will die. I wonder, is there a way to partner with neighborhoods to do that? And another example, Swan Park, I was there a couple days ago. I think Charlie Miranda was there just before me, and the neighbors there want to plant trees, and I think they're working with the city on that. So we see volunteers throughout who are willing to put in money and pay. And I wonder within that is if we can work on a better plan to leverage not just the tree funds in the city's budget, but also the private sector. And then lastly, on stormwater or other enterprise funds, I think they should pay for their own trees. I think that should be a tree policy needs to be embedded in the funds and fees for those services, and the tree fund should be used for other purposes because it's really mitigation money for neighborhoods, and it should be used for that rather than mitigation for an enterprise fund. Thank you.
So I before we go to public comment on these items, what is? I mean, I know y'all share the same frustration that council shares and the public shares on getting trees in the ground. As you've looked at this and you've looked at council's concerns, you've heard the public outcry on these things. What would be a affordable, doable way to streamline this process and to be able to diversify our tree canopy and get the damn trees in the ground.
Yeah, I think we kind of have this format that we've created, right? We've built it from scratch, which is, again, we've mentioned it several times, it's the relief planting program. Some of the suggestions that were just stated for working with neighborhoods is exactly what that program was dreamed to be. It has a community engagement component to it, and then has the planning and design, and then now we have 11 plus plans with thousands of trees that are designed, and we just need to move forward with.
How do we do that? How does tomorrow look different than yesterday?
Yeah, we need the funding source to be, partnership with council to see if the tree trust funds could be the funding source for those plans. The original funding source was the $1 million grant. We no longer have it, and so we'd really like the tree trust funds to be that funding source.
And I just want to add to that, Kayla, I think that's part of what we need to hear today. When you say, what can we do to, what is your objective with that? Is it to get as many trees in the ground as possible? Is it, because I think our answer to you is dependent on what your expectation and your objective is. I do agree, we have the planting plans. I know there has been expressed concern about ensuring the public is engaged in that. We had the contractors do it, which are experts that know the trees. We're going to tell you not every planting plan is only type 1 and type 2 trees. It is a diversification, as was also addressed and discussed somewhat this morning. So if that is the will, then we could present, here are the 10 we have, here are the geographic areas they are in, here is this, and align that with the tree trust funds that go for each of those. And then it would ultimately, you're the ones, I do want to say in all my research in 1668, it does say that you can, if you feel necessary, due to canopy decline, disease, natural hazard, that something happened, you can also shift those funds from one geographic area to another. That's your purview as this council underneath that code. So we could bring those 10 plans to you. We could show you what they are, what they include, where they're going, and then if we got the okay that could align with Tree Trust Fund, we could put them out to bid. We could then show you the same 10 plans with the bids and what's going to pull down from each of the funding, the district funds, and we could go from there and we could get started.
Councilwoman Hurtak, then we're going to go to public comment.
We can't go to public comment. We haven't even done number 2.
Well, that's
number
the-
2 is, and there's a presentation for this.
Do you guys have a presentation for 2?
We do
I
have
mean-
a presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the public hasn't, it's one of those that we can't go to public comment if we haven't even looked at the presentation.
Well, I mean,
and we haven't had a chance to talk about
I guess
this.
between the USF presentation and this, we've talked a lot about crepe myrtles and other types. I thought we kind of did, so.
Well, then I have a lot to say about
Okay.
this.
Well,
then.
Councilwoman Hurtak, you got the floor.
Okay, well, so, I mean, yeah, I honestly think that even if we just do it very quickly, we should go through the presentation.
I guess the USF felt like did that.
No,
Okay,
that's
go.
not what number 2
Okay.
is. That was number 1. Number 1 is done. Now we're on to number 2, which we
Okay.
have not done the presentation
Okay,
for.
go ahead with your presentation.
All right.
Then I have a question.
Okay. Number 2, start with your name.
All right, next slide, please. Or wait, there's a clicker, right? Here we go. Okay. Okay, so this, I think Abby, really set the table well today, but I just want to emphasize we're all on the same team. We do want the same thing that the public, that council wants. We want our canopy to be resilient, we want it to be diverse, and we want it to continue to increase and plant the next generation of canopy with all of these things included. So we're gonna, talking to about this motion too. Just wanted to provide some background. We've talked about trees a lot this last year. I mean, we always talk about trees a lot, but in this last year, we hosted a tree town hall in January where we kind of went A to Z on all of the tree planting programs. We had some council members there as well. And we, were able to just kind of introduce who does what in the city and just provide that foundational knowledge and clarity. I think it was well received from the feedback I heard. Follow up to that though, that was us talking, educating the public and being there to answer any questions. We also wanted to provide the opportunity for the public to give us feedback in a diverse setting of stakeholders who have been really engaged. So we had at least one neighborhood representative from each of your districts. We had technical professionals, certified arborists from UF-IFAS Extension, from our utility provider. We had a developer representative and some advocacy groups, both from mobility and tree perspective. And so we were just there to try and be in a listening role, answer any questions that they had. And what we tried to do was embed some of that feedback throughout this presentation. Okay. So some of the things we heard specific about planting. So there was 100% consensus in everyone in the room that the majority of these funds should be spent on plantings, with some caveats that, maintenance was also highlighted as a big priority. We've heard it several times today. And so their thought was, with mixed opinions, not everyone was on board. Could some of these tree trust funds be used to supplement the maintenance budget? Not everyone in that room was in agreement on that. Other mixed opinions for planting specifically was part of the stakeholders only wanted type 1 and type 2 trees to be funded from tree trust funds. Others were just kind of sharing the same, frustrations kind of expressed today, that they just wanted trees to get into the ground. And so whichever department and whatever way we could do it in a way that was efficient, that was what was expressed. And then we've talked about this several times today, but just the importance also of diversification, both of species and size. It's been brought up that oaks, make up 8% of the canopy. That's from the stem count. However, it makes up 35% of the leaf area, which is great, right? It's like a small percentage of oak gives all of this benefit from a shade perspective. The drawback to that is if we were to have a pest or a disease that comes through and affects oak species, we would lose basically 1/3 of our leaf coverage overnight, right? So that's something that we need to consider as a city and make sure that we're mitigating those potential concerns in the future. Getting to tremendous, so this is one of the planting programs that's been around, well received by the community. It's run by one full-time staff member with the contractor I talked about. They plant about 500 trees in the right-of-way. So at this time, it does not include planting on private property, but it's requested by the adjacent private property owner. And so they can be planted in the right-of-way. The beauty of this program is we get to partner with the public, right? The public, the home property owner waters that tree for 1 year, which really helps us a lot, helps bolster our capacity. And the con is that because this program is so amazing, Sherry is so amazing, we have a 6 to 12 month long waiting list depending on the time of year. So the demand is certainly there for people who want these trees to be planted. One of the other things is we have, kind of a list of the species that have been planted. As you can see, those smaller trees do make up the majority. We understand that, and some of the recommendations we have on the next slide are trying to address it. So 2 things. One was we would like to see how we could leverage this high, return on investment, we think, from this program in the fiscal year 27. We know it's tried and true. The demand is certainly there as designated by the waiting list. It could be easily scalable. And, kind of the beauty is there's not a short-term establishment maintenance cost, right? So the adjacent property owner partners with us and agrees to water the tree for us, and that takes a lot of burden off of us and reduces the cost of this program overall to the city to be pretty efficient. And so to kind of address some of the species things that we've heard on what is being planted through this program, we do want to consider things like the diversity rule of 10% species, 20% genus, 30% family, and so trying to limit you couldn't plant more than 10% of only southern live oaks, or maybe we look at it from what's already in our canopy perspective. That's up for debate. And then 20% genus would be maybe all oak, all types of oak species. You wouldn't want to do more than the 20%. So those are kind of the similarity or the potential program changes. The other big thing that we really think would kind of widen that opportunity to plant those larger size species is to change section 1686 to allow explicitly on private property planting. Right now, we're limited to the right-of-way, and so if we're under electric utility, that leaves only one type of tree, and it's a type 3 tree or palm, but usually palms are not an option as a species in this program. So if we want to be able to say, well, now you have room to plant a pine or a maple or something else, right? We need to probably get a little bit into the private property realm, and allow section 1686 enable it to do that. Yeah, I'll go back and pause.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, so I really appreciate this. This is kind of what we needed to talk about. I was at that round table. It got heated. People were not happy, by and large. And I think this really goes to people just, it's a trust level issue that we're struggling with as a city. And I have talked to the mayor about this, and she has told me she is not interested in adding to the Tremendous program. She simply wants to do tree giveaways, and I disagree. For me, it's just not something. Tree giveaways are a really bad idea. I would never support giving away trees with any of this trust money. That's just a hard no for me, and I want to make sure that's explicit and clear. None of this money could be used to just give away trees. I would like to add 2 more staff members to the Tremendous program and open it, not 8 to 10 feet, but just open it to private property. Because backyards are really where you're going to get people. And if you're saying, and unless you have an alley, which is a right of way, you're not going to be able to get these trees planted. So for me, my interest is opening it wide to people's private property and to add more staff members to this program because it's wildly successful. It's really right tree, right place, but it's also just, from the stories I hear from the people who use this program, it is, she is tremendous. Like she truly is tremendous.
No
yeah.
pun intended.
Pun intended, because that's what it takes. People need to, as we saw with the USF stuff, we saw that people are worried about putting a tree in, and having somebody who can handhold and find the right tree and fill that space, especially in someone's backyard. So I would, I need to know more about this diversity rule because I don't know what species, genus, family is. This is like, you're going to have to dumb it down for me and just, I think, the general public as a whole. I would be very open to that type of conversation, but I'm also going to ask for a moratorium on crepe myrtles in the city until we reach that percentage of whatever it is we all agree to. So I think crepe myrtles need to come off for at least 2 to 3 years, just to, because people choose crepe myrtle because they have no idea of what else is optional. And I was walking down Jefferson the other day, and whatever's in bloom right next to the hotel, the Hyatt across the street, that has the trunk of a crepe myrtle, but man, does it have a lot of leaf cover and shade. And if I knew what that tree was, I could tell you and say, hey, these are the types of things we should plant. But that's the kind of thing that we need to see. I really think that with the tree matrix, we need to have photos. Maybe not there, but where you can click and actually see what it looks like, because no one knows what, I have it here somewhere, but no one knows what most of these are. Okay. And that's my first round of feedback.
Okay. How much longer for your presentation?
No, that's it for this part.
No, are you done with your presentation?
So the next motion, agenda item number 3, this one as well, we still have a few more slides for relief
Okay,
specifically.
yeah, let's finish your presentation, then I'll give it back to public comment, okay? I'm back to
I'll
the
invite
council.
Brian up.
Okay,
That was second.
but it's still going, right? You still got a few slides left in this. You got to
Good morning, everyone. Brian Knox, City Planning. And so today I'm here to talk about the Tampa Relief Program. We've heard a little bit about it, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of the highlights of what we've been doing so far. And so this program was launched in June 2024. It's started by the Sustainability and Resiliency Department. Now it's managed by City Planning. And the objectives were very simple. It was to increase the level of tree planting across the city, across all departments. And also it was to take some of the components of the Canopy analysis that we do every 5 years and actually apply it to some of our areas where there were high heat issues and some urban heat island effects. And one of the last things that was added to that is recently after the 2024 storms, we had Helene and we had Milton. It was to combat some of the canopy loss that we had there, as you heard during the discussion with USF and the post-storm canopy analysis. And so the focus initially, we were looking at all spaces, We were looking at how many trees we can get in the ground, and then as we started to refine the information and data, we started to look more towards the public realm because that was the easiest place to plant. When you're planting on private property, there's a lot of negotiation that needs to happen between the homeowner and the provider of the trees. And so if we're looking to plant trees at a rapid pace, we wanted to start in the public realm and then turn our attention towards the private property when the opportunity arises. And so just to give you some background, you've heard some of this already. We have 11 scheduled projects that range all in the central planning district. And so they're all in the same planning district, but it does include areas like the Ybor area, Davis Islands. It also includes McFarland Park. It includes downtown CBD area. And those are some of the main projects we have. We have a bunch more lined up, but those are some of the bigger ones that have provided us with that number of 3,000 plus trees so far. And so the majority of the trees that we're proposing to plant are type 1 and type 2. In cases where we cannot provide type 1 and type 2, we focus on type 3 for those plantings. And so I mentioned some of the areas earlier, and some of the conflicts that we deal with when we're planting trees are highly urbanized areas, overhead power lines, and general spacing and conflict issues. And so this is a little bit of background of how we consider where to plant using the relief project. If we have large spaces with no conflicts, type 1 and type 2 trees go there. If we have a small planting space, type 3 trees are considered unless there's a circumstance where we can fit a type 1 or type 2 tree. If it's a tree grade, it's likely going to be type 3. Again, that's negotiable depending on the area that we're in. If it's utilities, it's type 3 or no tree. We have a very strong agreement with TECO to make sure we're not planting underneath power lines, especially trees that could be impacted later on as they grow. And some of the things that we also consider that is typically not an arborist best management practice are cultural things. And those things are very important. So like, for example, you have Davis Islands. Davis Islands is loaded with Washingtonian palms. Those palms are, by our invasive species list, considered part of the trees that you can remove. But we understand that that's what makes Davis Islands, those Washingtonian palms. And so looking at that in other neighborhoods, there are certain things that we had to kind of rule out, such as green spaces that could be utilized within a year or two, or areas where we know residents the tree may be impacted by parking, even though there is actually green space in that area. And so throughout my time with doing the workshops for this, we've been doing workshops since 2025. And Historic Ybor Neighborhood Association, I've met with them numerous times. They're very excited about the program, and they're ready to get the trees planted, and they're ready to get going. Their project is pretty much ready to go. The same thing with the Davis Island Civic Association. We met with them last year, and we had the discussion about the plans. We came with landscape architects, and we had a meeting. We talked about the plans. We rolled out the plans, and everyone was pretty excited about it. We made it through FAA and HCAA guidelines for tree plantings. It was something that we were concerned about as a hurdle, but eventually with the right selection of trees, they approved the plan to move forward. So that plan is at 100% and ready to go. And so looking at it, we have additional plans as well that are in other neighborhoods that are just smaller projects. You know, someone mentioned Swan Circle. That's one of the projects that we have lined up as a potential tree planting. And so what we're attempting to do is we're attempting to plant the trees in as many communities that are affected by urban heat and low canopy. And so looking at that, that's been our primary target. And just because we have 11 plans right now, doesn't mean that's where we'll stop. We intend to try to continue this program as much as we can because we do believe this program is scalable and other departments can use it as well, given the guidelines that we provide them from these pilot projects here. And so just to give an example of, as a practitioner, how we go about looking at areas to plant trees, this is one of our actual plans that we have on display, and this is in McFarland Park. It's a area, as you can see with the Google Maps clip out I put here. There's a lot of open space, so plenty of opportunity to plant trees. And so with that, we're intending to plant type 1s all along there because there's space. On the next street, this is what we typically deal with, conflicts. There's a nice open green space over to the right side. It looks like we could plant type 1 or type 2 there, but we have overhead power lines. So that immediately takes it down to a type 3 tree for consideration. On top of that, there's sidewalks, there's utilities on the other side, and also there's existing canopy as well. And so one of the things we want to do is if we're going to plant a tree, we want to make sure that tree has the maximum opportunity to grow and actually live to its lifespan in urban conditions. And so I took an analysis based on these two. It was a very brief analysis using our iTree ecosystem software that was brought to us by the USDA and US Forest Service. And I just did an analysis of what are the conditions from this set of plans right here on the type 3. And so I have 14 type 3 trees here. I have 2 type 1 trees because that's all that can fit in this area. And then I ran the analysis of what the benefits are. And looking at the benefits, it's pretty clear that the 14 trees are doing more work than the type 1 trees because it's 2 of the type 1 trees. We know type 1 trees give us the most amount of benefits based on leaf area, but also type 3 trees can do that same amount of work in volume. And 20 years later, the benefits are threefold from type 3 trees in comparison to those 2 type 1s.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Again, the 11, there was, and maybe I misheard Ms. Feely before, when talking about this section of the code, I am concerned about the commingling of funds. You said that, and I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to that because I am, yeah, if stop my time while she comes up. Yeah, because you talk about what you meant by that.
Sure. I'll actually go to the code. Abby Feely. I did bring 16, well, I brought all those ordinances, but so this talks about the tree trust funds being established. This is the code today. So it talks about the 5 planning districts and then the purpose of having those funds and payments to the funds, who's making them, expenditures from the funds. It says that the tree trust funds shall be used solely for selection, acquisition, installation, and mitigation of, and maintenance of mitigation trees as defined by 2743. I would argue every dollar in there is a mitigation because that's how it's coming in there. Through permitting, when you're not planting, you're paying, and those are your trees. So those are mitigation. And then to be placed in department managed lands, right-of-way, properties in which the city has legal interest, and in any other lands described in section 13-165. Oh, I grabbed the code before. Yeah, it's in 27. I grabbed the wrong ordinance. But then it goes on. This is the same. It says transfer of monies between funds. City council may approve the transfer of funds between planning district tree trust funds, if available, in order to address loss of canopy in one planning district as follows. Subsequent to each urban canopy analysis, which we talked about this morning with that presentation by USF, if we saw there was certain losses, right? At any time to address loss of canopy caused by a natural disaster like hurricane, tornado, something else, at any time to address loss of canopy caused by or immediately anticipated to occur natural occurrences that threaten. This is the disease and fungus that we keep talking about this morning. So this section of the code, while it lays out here that it should be paid by that does give you the opportunity. It's not so much a commingling of funds, it's an assignment by the council to be able to use it in a different area if that was your desire.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to talk about that because like right now, I don't believe that is the desire of council. Like I think we are really focused on trying to mitigate within each planning district. And Ms. Scharf, you disappeared. If you could come back, I had her go and take a picture of that tree that I was talking about. So when we're talking about tree grates, I'm sorry, she took a long time to answer
No,
that.
she restarted the clock. I'll bet when she started.
Oh,
So let's
okay.
move on. We can always
Okay.
come back. Councilman Miranda.
Just very quickly, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I believe the doctor from South Florida spoke about the difference in trees 1, 2, and 3, and very casually he mentioned the trees are necessary because if a disease comes, and I think was one of the 2 oak trees, I forgot the names of them, can you come up for a second, sir, if I may? I'm not trying to put word into your mouth, but if I go back in history, an hour and a half ago, so I remember what you said very clearly about having some of the class 3 trees.
Yeah, and Sean Landry.
But
by the way.
disease, because of the cause of disease of one type of those 1 or 2 trees that would disseminate the whole thing.
You simply don't want a huge percentage of any one species, and that's what was talked about by Kayla as well. And by species, which would be live oak versus laurel oak, those are species. Genus would be oaks, and so, so that's the.
I believe that class 2 is the one that could be wiped out kind of quickly.
No, it's not a class. Class is more of a size issue. So it's really not a size issue. It's a
All right, so
species specific.
It's just any one of them can be wiped out quickly because of a disease. Any cure for that disease at all, do you know?
Well, there are no known diseases for the species that the city is planting right now, or live oaks or laurel oaks. But there are some date palms, I think, or some. Right, Phoenix palm. So there are some threats. Wouldn't say it's a huge issue right now, but up in the north, Dutch elm disease, if you've heard of that wiped out cities because they planted too many of one species. So that's the take home. Don't plant too many of one species.
Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, Councilman Carlson.
Can I ask a follow-on question on that? Sorry, before you sit down. So I'm not an expert on trees, but I think there are different kinds of live oak, maybe around the country. Are there different subspecies that could be planted that might where one subspecies might be immune to certain diseases and some might be susceptible?
There are different species of oak just in general, and there's live oak. There's southern live oak. There's sand live oak. Those are sort of different. Unfortunately, when you're growing them in a nursery setting, we refer to them as bastard oaks because they interbreed so much that it's hard to kind of get a specific species. So that's part of the challenge, but yeah. Does that answer your question?
No questions for you. Just, when I started here almost 11 years ago, we had Kathy Beck, and Kathy Beck was like the trees are, unofficially. But when she retired, I don't know if we've had a replacement. We had changes because we went into a new administration at the time. But I will tell you, using the money for the tree trust fund, you don't want to deviate from that. And I think we've heard some concerns because I don't want it to be abused in the future. You start with a little here and there. Now I'm not saying that it will be, but I think about Social Security. Social Security, the government has dipped into it over the years and we see what's happened. I spent a lot of time with Joe Chilero, former city council member and county commissioner, who's essentially the father of the original tree ordinance back in the 1970s, and I learned a lot from him. And in my time on council, I've documented almost my entire time here. You know, I can show you photographs. Hurricane Irma, I have photos of how many trees were destroyed that you would think, I mean, they were 100 years old or more. We didn't even know how old they were, but they were uprooted. Just because they're big doesn't mean the roots are strong, right?
Remember, we're in question and answer. We'll have this.
This is the only time I'm going to talk today.
Okay.
So, second, we saw what happened with the last hurricanes. You know, I was out there the next day and whatnot. The goal of this is to protect our tree canopy. We have been recognized as one of the best, and I understand, you know, you can't just put type 1 everywhere, because if you have disease, you can wipe out a lot. So we can diversify a little bit, but I think, and I'm not going to put words in people's mouths, I think what people want are trees that are resilient. Crepe myrtles are beautiful, can be beautiful, but when you have live oaks, when you have solid trees that are storm resilient, that's what we want. You know, remember, before we were here, the storms were here, the trees were here, and we have to protect what we do, because overdevelopment and not having rules in place for so many years, we've done a lot of damage. So again, I'll just stop with, I am very cautious in how we use the money in the tree trust fund. I don't want to deviate from what its purpose is going to be, and I think we have to be careful. And I know we have regulations because of utilities and power lines and what we can do, but we have to be very careful moving forward to protect what we have and build upon what we've lost.
Okay, Councilwoman Young, and then I'll go move back to Councilwoman Hurtak, and we'll conclude this portion.
I believe I heard earlier that, with the storms, had we had better maintenance of our trees, we could have saved some of those trees, correct? Yeah? Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Ms. Scharf has a picture of that tree, and I just wanted to ask a question about that. So if you can, so that looks like a great tree, right? I mean, look at the amount of shade that thing provides. But that is not an oak tree. Can you zoom in? There was someone who was able to tell us.
On the wolf. On the wolf.
Yeah, it's on the wolf. Yeah. Can anyone tell me what kind of tree that is? Okay, can you come up and let us know? You have to come up. I'm sorry. And then you have to say your name and all of that stuff. Sorry, it's the rule of council.
Hi, Rebecca Zarger, University of South Florida. And trying to identify this very quickly from a photograph, it seemed that it was a Chinese elm or perhaps a winged elm.
Okay.
I have 2 winged elms in my front yard, so
Yeah.
I feel good that it potentially
And that's
is that.
technically a type 3 tree.
That is a question for our urban forester, not the.
Oh, it's a type 1. Okay. Well, so this is what I mean, though. It is a narrower. So being able to plant these type of trees on sidewalks, so it's not just a type issue. So I'd be interested in, when we're looking at type 3 trees, to prioritize those that provide some type of shade. So for me, I'd be interested in just even subsectioning it with type 3, because crepe myrtles, while they're pretty, provide little to no shade. And just really, I don't know enough about trees, obviously, but is there a way, so this is my question, is there a way that we can sub-prioritize, anyone can answer this, to sub-prioritize type 3 trees to be able to focus on those that provide some type and level of shade?
Yeah, that's definitely
sorry.
doable. Like that's
Name, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Brian Knox, City Planning. Yeah, that's definitely doable. There are, just because something is in type 3 doesn't mean that it doesn't provide benefits. And so finding the tree that is providing the maximum amount of benefits for the area that it's placed in would be the ideal situation,
So we could do some subsets of type 3 trees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to conclude this portion. One, I want to say for the listening public, everybody that is in the Crepe Myrtle fan club, if you'd like to contact Councilwoman Hurtak, the 1-800 Stop the Hate,
There's just too many of them.
Stop crepe myrtle hate. Stop crepe myrtle hate. Actually, I'm going to add bottle brush to the hate thing. For the life of me, those are like allergenic kind of. I don't know why we would plant bottle brush trees. They're from like Southeast Asia or Australia or somewhere, which I think crepe myrtles are as well. By the way, they're not indigenous. Olive trees. Why aren't we planting olive trees like in Ybor City? Is that something we're not planting anymore? Anybody? Didn't we used to plant olive trees in Ybor City?
So olive trees in Ybor. I don't recall the volume in which they were planted, but I have seen a handful of them.
Yeah, because they're modest-sized trees and they provide shade, and they're culturally applicable.
And it's a tree in our City of Tampa tree matrix.
Is it? Okay. But I mean, why I ask is because I keep seeing crepe myrtles being planted in Ybor City. I go, why isn't that crepe myrtle an olive tree? It just seems like it'd be much more appropriate to be.
Yeah.
But
And so with the relief plans, like I said, we shop those out.
okay.
With the
I'm going to ask
residents.
one last question, then we'll move on to public comment.
Can I just ask one quick question?
Go ahead, and then I'll finish up. Go ahead.
Quick question, and either USF or staff. One of the things that happened across the state, but especially in South Tampa, is we had 150-year-old oaks, and that had broad roots. But because there were 3 storms in a row, the ground was saturated, and because the roots weren't deep, but they were wide, then the wind came over and knocked them over. And so it ripped up the whole front yard or backyard when it came over, and we lost these old trees. Is there anything that homeowners can do in a situation where the ground is saturated? Is there anything they can do to anchor those trees to stop them from falling over?
In terms of construction and development, I can answer that question. Typically, when we're asked to provide spacing for a tree during construction, we request a minimum 20 feet for existing like large grand trees.
What I mean is protection of the trees, so that these old trees that were there before the houses, they just fell over because the ground was saturated. I wonder, maybe folks from USF or anybody have any
shallow root structure.
Anybody have any suggestion on anything we could do to save trees like that?
I just think if you
getting
have a tree with a
reinforcements
shallow
behind you.
root system, you're typically going to deal with.
You got reinforcements to answer that question behind you.
Oh, okay, good.
Start with your name.
Yeah, Sean Landry again. Yeah, keep in mind, this was a record-breaking rainfall event, right? So that's one part of this problem. If you look at the specific circumstances for which trees blew over, I think you do see some conflicts in sidewalks or pavement in some of them, and so that's part of the problem. But yeah, I don't know that you can avoid, the only way to avoid getting saturated soils is to live on a beach, right? And so I don't know that there's much you can do about that.
There's no way to anchor the trees or protect them from falling over.
Isn't it basically you got a large canopy, a wind sail, and shallow root structure for most of the art, for general broad shallow root structures, so that as opposed to a tap root.
Right. That's exactly. It's the kind of tree it is. But generally speaking, in a large environment, when the roots, even if they're shallow, they have a room to spread out far enough, then they're going to be strong. But again, we don't know in the case of these record-breaking rainfall events, because we don't have many of them in our history to monitor.
So to kind of wrap this stuff up is that I think part of the thing when people talk about this disease issue, one of the issues, and this is why diversity is important, is disease jump from the afflicted species or animal or tree or whatever it is from one to the other because of proximity. So part of nature's way of helping with that is spreading out and having so that you don't have that issue. It's funny, you go out west and you got the pine beetle, Japanese pine beetle that's devastating the conifers out there, and you just see entire mountains of destroyed, woods, forests. So, and it's because of proximity. What I would like to, we're going to move on to public comment, but when we get back to council discussion and bringing back in staff, I really want to focus on a solution, on a couple of different things that I'm hearing today. One of the things is important. Obviously, what we're trying to do is enhance and increase the tree canopy in the city of Tampa. One, restore some of the tree canopy we've lost, and two, to continue on the city's objective of have a world-class tree canopy. I think that is, what we can't do when we have this discussion, I ask the public when they speak to think about this. It can't just be blinders in one direction. In other words, it's not just about planting, it's also about maintenance, it's also about location, it's about species, it's about all these different things. So when we come at this at the end of all this discussion, try to factor in how does the city, if the goal is to increase the canopy and maintain a world-class tree canopy, what are the solutions? And I think some of it is planting, it's diversity, it's maintenance, it's staff to do these things, it's the difference between public and private land. So think about that when you're talking to council, provide solutions. We all know what the problem is, so you don't have to point out the problem to us. We've heard it all today. Come to us with some solutions, come to us with some ideas of how we can get to an end result, so when we're done here by lunch, we can craft something to move the city forward. With that public comment, you can start with just 3 or 4 at a time against the wall, as you see the people that are very well experienced and understand this process do. Stand to the wall. When you begin your time, you'll get 3 minutes. You start with your name, you'll have 3 minutes, and you'll see a 30-minute set, because I know there's a lot of new faces I see here that are not used to this. The timer will go out there, you'll see a 30-second countdown, and then when that time is up, your time is up, and you can take your seat. First public speaker.
Good morning, Council. Steve Michelini. First of all, according to state law, as I understand it, there has to be a nexus between collecting a fee and using it for its intended purpose. For years, the builders were criticized for not contributing back to the tree fund and enabling trees to be planted. You can't use that fund for planning and all this other stuff and using it for city projects. You shouldn't use it. I say maybe you can, but you shouldn't be using that as a piggy bank to fund other projects. When a homeowner, a new house is being built, you pay into that fund, and there's a responsibility to use that money for that purpose. It's supposed to be for replacing the tree canopy. Let me show you a couple things here.
Move it up.
This is an easement. This is a tree canopy where the maintenance has not been performed. This is the result of those trees damaging private property. There's a better picture. This is what the city does downtown. This is an oak tree, and it's in a 3x3 block. Going to Councilwoman Hurtak's point about elm trees and other things. The city does it, but they don't let a builder do it. They don't let a homeowner do it. Crepe myrtles. I know that's not your favorite tree, but that's what happens. You don't have the equipment. You don't have the manpower to get these trees out. We proposed through the Builders Association to create a cooperative effort with schools to have an arborist day at their school or at the YMCA's or wherever to give away trees. Get the trees out. They're sitting there. You've collected $6 million in tree funds, 2.3 something million dollars in the South Tree Fund alone, and it's not being used. But then when you say you want to use that for planting purposes, they know where the trees have to go. You have an inventory of where the open spaces are. You've had a shift in responsibilities, and the shift in responsibilities internally with the city has caused part of the problem. The rules are too complex. They simply are too difficult to maneuver for an individual property owner. You should be looking at your CRAs. They have money individually for Ybor City, for downtown, for West Tampa, East Tampa. Use the CRA money instead of coming back to the general fund. You've already robbed the general fund from that amount of money that was going in there anyway. So use that to assist in enhancing the tree canopy. Insurance limitations. If you don't trim the trees, they'll cancel your homeowner insurance, whether it's on your property or it's in the right-of-way. And there's examples of that all over the place. Anyway, I would encourage you to consider those options, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. And just for clarification, make sure y'all know this is public comment for 2 and 3, items 2 and 3, so you can speak to either one or both. Next speaker, please start with your name.
Good morning. My name is Ed Austin, resident and board member of HINCA, the Historic Ybor Neighborhood Civic Association. I'm here to express our concerns and the need for trees in Ybor City from a community perspective. This process is taking a long time to action steps. Our historic landmark district needs neighborhood trees. Our campaign is named Tree Ybor City. We have been working with staff for 2 years. A year ago, last April, at J.C. Newman Cigar Factory, the city presented a much appreciated Trees for Community open house. They displayed types of trees, right-of-way planting locations. We don't have that many private homes in Ybor City. There was a great turnout. People were excited. There was high enthusiasm. Residents were able to view and provide input. Since then, there has been no action as it relates to actual plantings in Ybor, to the community's frustration. Ybor has never had much of a canopy. We also have concerns that the city's mitigation tree program in many ways is overdue for updating since 2009. How can that be? Grand oaks that were recently removed on 3rd Avenue in Ybor by the power company have not been replaced by anything. My understanding is that money for those trees went into a general fund that can be used anywhere. That doesn't make sense. We want to live in a walkable community for residents and visitors. In regards to tree canopy, we're back to the 2021 study, which found Tampa tree coverage was the lowest in 26 years. Ybor is traffic congested. How do we protect ourselves from the carbon dioxide spewed by buses, cars, and every type of truck you can imagine? Walking in Ybor is walking in, for the most part, concrete. We need shade trees. We also need to expand the urban canopy. Therefore, we request that the city provide a unified process for approaching tree needs, the necessary resources, the funding and staffing needed to move forward with plantings. We need to move forward from the perpetual planning process to the planting process. We've talked about right tree, right time, right place. The time is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Good morning. My name is Kitty Wallace. I'm past president of the Tampa Garden Club, 400 members, twice, and member of my civic association, and founder and director of the Coalition of Community Gardens, which has over hundreds of members in the area. So I'm hearing people being very concerned about trees, being very supportive of anything that the city can do to move this forward. But I also heard something very interesting from the USF study. They pointed out all the things that they pointed out, but what I heard was a recommendation for a stewardship, a community stewardship component. And when I'm listening to these plans right now and the discussion, I'm hearing very little about the involvement of the community, except for this gentleman. That was beautiful. The neighborhood knows what the neighborhood needs. There are people who know about trees, and there are community people. I think this idea of a community stewardship would take the level of decision-making into a collaboration with the community when making decisions about what trees to plant in what community. So I'm asking that you look into that. That could be very cost-effective and very effective in terms of doing planting of trees that are wanted by the community and valued for their properties in the environment and their longevity. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. Nancy Stevens, Tampa Tree Advocacy Group and the Sierra Club, and thank you everyone here who's supportive of trees. This is a very good workshop. My comments are focusing on growing and maintaining our canopy and the investment that's required for it. It does require investment, and the Tree Trust Fund is only one part of that. So when Ms. Feely proposes putting money into the 2027 budget for the relief program, I fully support that. We need more money in the budget for trees. The Tree Trust Fund is not and should not be the only funding source for trees. And that's, I think, we've had a problem, is we have all these desires to do things that the Tree Trust Fund is not meant to do. The Tree Trust Fund is meant to replace trees that are removed during construction. It's a $300 mitigation fee doesn't even cover the cost of one $1,200 tree planting. So it's not going to be enough to do everything we want, to help with urban heat zones and other things. So with the limited tree trust fund resources, those resources should be focused on planting the large shade trees to replace the canopy that's been destroyed, in conjunction with other funding. For example, the relief program and the tree trust fund together could do a lot to replace the canopy. However, there are other costs in the relief program. Like on the Davis Island plan that I saw, there was costs for landscaping, traffic control, irrigation. There's a whole bunch of things that are included in that program for a project for 80 trees, and the net result was the cost would have been $6,700 per tree planted in that program. That's just, if we use that kind of, if we use the tree trust fund for that whole project, we'd be running out of money before we did anything we wanted to do. I propose we use the tree trust fund for part of that, for the trees, and in conjunction with other funding to do the other parts of the project that need to be done and make sense to be done as a whole project together. I think we're talking about item 3. That stormwater project is an example of what can happen if there's no stewardship for the fund. We really need somebody in staff that has the authority to look at proposals to use the tree trust fund and authorize whether it's used or not for that project, and maybe direct which parts, that is appropriate for the fund and which parts of a project aren't. The stormwater project is an example that did happen, but I'd suggest we do fund that because it was an agreement. But we need to work on the reporting as being worked on and the stewardship of the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Before I start, though, is this the only time we're going to get to speak? I'm confused.
On these items 2 and 3, there'll be other opportunities for other agenda items.
Okay, so just items 2 and 3. So
Yes.
basically, the PowerPoint presentations that
Yes.
we saw already. Okay.
Anything you've already heard today.
It's what we've already heard. Okay, great.
Start with your name, please.
Okay, my name is Pamela Jackson-Haney. I am with the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group. And I want to thank everyone for their time and effort today. Some of the things that I heard that I just wanted to point out up to this point were that funding, a general fund for trees for a city of Tampa size should be $4.5 million to $9.9 million. And it looks like we have for urban forestry and the general fund 4.2. So we're way below where we need to be in the general fund, which would be used for things like maintenance for the trees that are planted. Whereas the tree trust fund obviously should just be used to plant the trees, which is already an exorbitant cost of $1,400 a tree, or up to $1,400 a tree. So I think we really need to focus on prioritizing getting more money into that fund. The other thing that I wanted to mention was the Tremendous program. So that those funds do come from the Tree Trust Fund, or from the Tampa Tree Fund. And I just wanted to point out that while I understand the whole power line thing, we have that on my street too, it would be great if we could go in people's backyards instead and plant a type 1 tree instead of a crepe myrtle, since that's what's getting thrown under the bus on the tree lawn. The other thing about the crepe myrtles that I'm wondering is, so let's say 5 houses on my street have crepe myrtles. Only one of those people, and they were all planted, I'm guessing, by the Tremendous Tampa program. 1 out of the 5 knows how to prune a crepe myrtle. You know, the crepe murder we've all heard about? They're all murdered on my street, except for 1 yard where they're a beautiful, large crepe myrtle under the power lines the way it's supposed to be. So who's following up on that? I know we're giving them to the homeowner, and we're saying, here, take care of this. But when you do that to a crepe myrtle, it opens up the tree for disease, pests. It's not going to be as strong in a hurricane as it's supposed to be. And, by the way, they only live up to 50 years, whereas a type 1 tree lives, as we know, for centuries, hundreds of years. So I want us all to keep that in mind as well. But I do think we should prioritize putting the type 1 trees first in the Tremendous program. Then maybe we can only have one person running it, if that's the way it's going to have to be, instead of several people. The type 1 trees go first, and then maybe we won't have a backlog of 6 to 12 months. Thank you.
Sable palms too. People do not know how to trim sable palms. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Good morning. I'm Lorraine Perino. I'm president of the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Natural Resources Advisory Committee. This committee was created in 2017, 2018.
That item's not come up yet, so you'll actually get
Oh,
another
you don't want me
opportunity.
to talk about that?
Yeah, just 2 and 3 right now, what we've already heard. So both of the issues we've heard, we're going to get to the advisory committee next.
Well, can I talk about some of the recommendations that we wanted to make
On the advisory committee or about this, what we've heard already?
about the tree plantings?
Yeah, go. That's appropriate.
Okay, the city continues to issue only the minimum fine for illegal tree removals. This decreases the deterrent value. The city is not penalizing illegal pruning at all. The city can impose fines of up to $15,000, but it's not doing that. There was recently a case where a homeowner violated a written order not to remove trees, and he removed them anyway. If the city wants to be taken seriously, illegal tree removals should be fined the maximum amount. 2 years ago, Tampa Tree Advocacy Group came before City Council together with the Chalora family, and we made a presentation, and we proposed that in honor of former Councilman Chalora, whose idea it was to plant one oak tree in each fire station that had space. That has not happened. Not one oak tree has been planted in not one fire station. There's other places where trees can be planted. There's, Carol Ann Bennett pointed out that the city owns a minimum of 3 blocks on South Manhattan Avenue that would be ideal for planting oaks. And she presented to you a picture of a bus stop located in the blazing sun that could have a tree planted next to it. That hasn't happened. On Davis Island, where I live, there's a City of Tampa park bench located at Channel Drive and Columbia Drive that sits in the blazing sun all day. Nobody uses that park bench. There could be an oak tree planted there. Oak trees could be planted on Bayshore Boulevard. Gadsden Park needs oak trees because that park bakes in the sun all day. And so there are plenty of places to plant type 1 oak trees. It's just not being done. And I'll reserve my other comments for later on.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Ms. Bluma, start with your name.
Good morning still. I'm Tara Bluma. Okay. Ready?
Yep. Start with your name. You got 3 minutes.
I'm Tara Bluma. Good morning. This is a picture of the only invoice that thus far we have spent money on out of the new tree trust fund. This is from the Pipes project. Well, the top part's kind of irrelevant, but what it is showing you is that we spent 61% of our trees were type 3. 11% were type 2, and 28% were type 1. These are the only funds on trees we've expended thus far to date. To me, this is, plus we also bought 106 jasmine plants. To me, this is completely unacceptable. I would be willing to entertain the idea of 10% type 3 if we absolutely needed it, or to provide some additional variety. But these numbers are not okay. In the Relief Tampa 11 plans that have been put together so far, in the example that they showed earlier, let's see, in that project, 35% were type 1, 15% type 2, and 50% type 3 in Ybor City. Councilman Hurtak showed an example earlier of that you can do an elm tree in an urban area. You can do cathedral oaks in urban areas. There's a lot of trees that you can put in urban areas that are not going to be these type 3 trees. I recommend 2 things. Ban type 3 tree funding in the tree trust fund. Or if you're not willing to do that, at a minimum, immediately stop doing it for the Tremendous Tree Program. That is a phenomenal program that we need more funding for, more help for that one person managing the program, and just say, no, we're not gonna pay for type 3 trees there. If you wanna crepe myrtle, great, they have them for $58 at Home Depot. Because we are paying, the other thing you can see on this handout, we are astronomically overpaying for trees. We're paying $785 for a crepe myrtle and $790 for a live oak. Now, of course, this is not inclusive of any of the money that we're spending staking the trees, watering the trees, or actually planting the trees. Okay, that is criminal overpaying. About the diversity, there are tons of different trees that we can do to be diverse within type 1 and type 2. We can have cedar, cypress, pine, elm, magnolia, sycamore, hickory, ash, sweet gum, podocarpus, and holly are all trees in type 1 and type 2 that are recommended on our preferred tree handout. So let's start steering people to other things. Finally, okay, hopefully we get to talk again. This was really short. I thought we were gonna get to talk for both.
Thank you, Tara. There'll be other items coming up that you'll have the opportunity to have public comment. But thank you, Tara.
Can I just, I would like to ask her to just quickly state your professional background related to that.
You can get that. You can do that next time you come up. Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Good morning, Bishop Michelle B. Patty. I'd like to start off by thanking USF for their in-depth findings. I heard them say that they did a survey and they included East Tampa, but I want to know if they included the integral part of East Tampa. I'm talking about Jackson Heights, Bama Heights, Highland Pines, because those areas, many of those homes are older homes. You have senior citizens, 70 years and up, that are on fixed income. I attended a town hall meeting that was given by Councilwoman Young just this week, where it came up about the tree trimming. And the CRA said that they were totally out of funds. So a lot of these people have no income, no insurance, because they have been priced out of insurance. So the trees are falling on their homes. My brother lived right here on North 8th Street. The last rain we had, they had a hard wind. A trunk fell on top of his roof and it damaged his roof. At 80 years old, he cannot afford a tree trimming service to come in because they start at $1,000 and up. One of the other things I'm hearing about the power lines, but when you're talking about putting trees up, I hope you're taking in account with the private sector, that these trunks, these limbs and all, the roots grow and they can damage people's driveway. They uproot foundational homes. So we have to be very mindful when you're planning what type of tree that you're going to be planting at people's private homes. And so once again, the CRA of East Tampa, now I don't know about the other CRA, but East Tampa, there should be monies. I don't know what, nobody's talking about the hurricanes. We're headed to the hurricane season. What are these residents supposed to do at this juncture about trimming the trees around their homes when there are no funds allocated? Are y'all able to shift funds from somewhere else to help the people, these senior citizens, out in that area? I haven't heard anything about that. Maybe I'm not listening, but I haven't heard anything about shifting funds to help those areas that are deprived, where these people are priced out. And many of these homes, people foregoing insurance. They cannot afford insurance on their homes, and they're on a limited income. So please, as we think about trees, yes, we love them. I was born and raised here right on North 8th Street, big oak tree. Unfortunately, at some point, it had a whole lot of roaches that got in that tree. So there's a lot that we need to be mindful of when we're talking about trees here. We appreciate your due diligence, but let's think about the least of our citizens who do not have the income to hire a tree trimmer.
Thank you. Just FYI, I've got to step out for a previously arranged meeting. I'll be back after lunch. I'm looking at the agenda. Unfortunately, I was trying to push this through. With noise and several other things we've got on the agenda, I think it's going to go a little bit longer. Because of staff concerns, make sure everybody eats. I would maybe suggest breaking it at noon. I'll be back after lunch for that if you wanted to. The staff probably needs to get something to eat. Yeah, I know, but I'm just, that was a suggestion. And I'm going to give the gavel to Chair Pro Tem Lynn Hertak. Well, I'll just leave that up to you guys.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I can say it if you want me to.
Yeah, like what's the,
Okay.
okay, well, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
We'll get through
Okay.
public comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, and just state your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Adam Harden, and thank you for your service as always, and thanks for the detailed presentation to get us up to speed on this topic. You know, so my comments, and I'll try to not overlap with the next two agenda items, though I think they really are, you know, linked, obviously, and the important thing that's going on, you pointed out that perhaps there needed to be dedicated staff. As a customer who deals with all of these things we're speaking about all the time, you know, there are good people in place. In fact, one of the individual foresters on the development side used to work for TICO and was the forester who went out to make decisions in advance. They do surveys in advance before they hack all the live oaks. You know, of course, Eric, the urban forester at the Parks Department, does a good job overseeing, you know, things related to the trees in the rights of ways, right, in parks. So, but there is a disconnect, and previously I've seen plans for, you know, when there was a more robust walk-bike component of the mobility department, and those plans would always include trees, sidewalks, things that do function together, right? But then there's a disconnect between the implementation of that. So we were saying, oh, we need a bike path here, but we also need a sidewalk here, and that sidewalk needs to have trees. So, you know, as you talk about this, I do think that there's, you know, Kathy Beck did fill a role that was larger than the individuals do now. The individuals do now are parsed in a way that's efficient, and they do their jobs well. So I'm not complaining about that, but having somebody who's, you know, is overseeing, you know, the planting of new trees. And so to bring this to the ground, here's, you know, there's also a sidewalk fee in lieu fund, and these two things should be getting discussed together, in my opinion. And the concept of the committee that you're going to talk about later, you know, the ideas of where we want to focus sidewalks that connect spaces, that complete discontinuous sidewalks in certain neighborhoods, that get people from a park to a park, or from a park to a bike walk, or from city parking in a park to a trail that they can access. These are all things that are important. And of course, you know, all those plans are going to have trees, right? So anyway, I guess my time's up. I'll bring up the other items with when I come back.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, can you, Adam Harden is his name. We actually have a discussion about BPAC, the Bus Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, coming up at the workshop next month. So just an FYI. Okay, next, please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Casey Noon, and I'm talking as Casey Noon, not Magnified Voice. But what I see with the tree situation is that we're not environmentally considering the entire story. What we're talking about is we got a 3x3 box in the sidewalk. We've got like the place where the developers have decided there's a nice spot for a tree, but everywhere you look, it's like grass, tree, sidewalk, tree. You were asking before about how do we anchor trees to prevent them falling over. Well, when you go out and you walk into the wilderness, you see that there is like a type 1 tree. It has like a type 2 tree sitting on it as its immediate neighbor. And then it has 1 or 2 type 3 trees sitting there and a variety of bushes and other things. The other thing I hate is grass. Grass is like 2 inches tall, 2 inches worth of roots. You're looking at like a strip of carpet trying to hold a tree down. My point was, we got to look at it more comprehensively in design, because the other plants that supplement this both prevent the oversaturation of the ground when you have a native species that is used to having deep roots and a lot higher water absorption, right? Another thing is the flat level of the grass situation. You know, if you go out into a field of grass and it's real short and you take a temperature reading, it's like 100 and something degrees. If you go out into a field that's like waist high, you take a temperature reading of the ground, it's like 60, 70 degrees because photosynthesis is eating up all of that heat, energy. Anyway, so for your urban heat bubbles and the design and the usefulness of the tree planting, I just wanted to bring up a couple of those more comprehensive, wider scope cons. And I realize that everything we're doing is very complex and unique for every circumstance, but that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Stephanie Pointer.
I'm sorry.
Also, if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, if you would come stand up on the left side, we could, just to make sure that we have everybody. Okay.
Stephanie Pointer. I gave you 2 documents. One is Carol Ann's speech. She's not available. It's too early for her in California. And then the second packet, Kelly came down here to speak on this. And basically what happened is she called an arborist. The arborist told her that they pulled a permit. The receipts are in there for the permits. Somebody filed a code enforcement complaint. That was lifted. I brought it up at a meeting with Chief Bennett, with J.C. Hutchinson, and Kayla, and a couple other people. And somebody filed a code enforcement complaint again on this lady using my name. So I'm not very happy about that, to say the least. But Kelly came to speak, but she had to leave because it took too long. So you guys can read the documents, and I'm sure she'd love to talk to you about it. First of all, TICO is burying electrical lines. Why in the hell aren't we following them around town, planting trees behind those electrical lines? Seriously. They are petitioning people all over the city to put their power lines underground. Why aren't we doing that? Gadsden Park's been mentioned. I'm glad that Lorraine mentioned quite a bit of stuff from Carol Ann's speech. Asking community gardens, go to the garden club and ask them where to plant trees, because I guarantee you they're going to give you good spaces to plant trees. There are so many resources within this city that could be utilized for this. Whit Reamer and J.C. Hutchinson stood up here on 4/25/24, so almost 2 years ago, and said that they were going to start finding the tree cutters. My conversation with Chief Bennett about Kelly's house was because the tree cutters were not fined. The tree cutters, nobody went after them, and she has provided all the information. These people told her that they pulled a permit. They lied to her on paper, and yet the city is still persecuting her. This crap. Trees don't have a babysitter in the city of Tampa, and that's the problem. If you want anything to get done in this city, they have to have a babysitter. It can't be one person in this department, one person in this department, one person. I was flabbergasted at the tree meeting a month or so ago because I was just shocked at how many people and staff we have that really care about trees, and they all work all over the place, but there's nothing getting it all together. There's no cohesiveness across districts. I also want to point out that Tara brought up the water department stuff. The water department plan is the only tree planting plan I've ever seen. We buy millions of dollars worth of trees from Nelson's Tree Farm. It's been on the agenda time after time after time, but yet nobody has ever said where they go. We had one that showed up, I think, in the last 30 days since Mr. Fowler's been in charge. And it actually said it was going to go in the West District. Well, I've never seen a district map for the Parks Department. So it's all a bunch of fluff but we can't get down to the nitty-gritty because nobody's babysitting it. If you don't have a babysitter, it's not gonna get done. You have to have somebody who concentrates only on the trees to get there. And I completely forgot my damn list. There's 51 trees on
Okay,
the list.
thank you.
And
Yeah,
26
that is
of them
your
are type
time.
3.
Appreciate.
Please take into account.
Thank you very much. Okay, if, now, it is time for council to have, oh, I'm so sorry, there is someone online, I apologize. Carol Ann Bennett, I believe, I don't have the list, is there anyone else? She's, Miss Bennett, you are self-muted.
Can
There
you
you
hear me?
go.
I think I unmuted.
Yep, now you are. Can you please start with your name? You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I'm in a different time zone. I'm not at my best. Please read any follow-up emails I give on this. They'll be more coherent. There seems to be a big muddying of the major issues here, and that's the funding. The city's own urban forestry plan on page 19 says that we have less funding, proportionate funding, than about 700 other municipalities. The PowerPoint, one of the slides you haven't seen yet, addresses that we are underfunded. One of the reasons that the tree fund was changed to make the funds harder to access and to put them in planning districts was because the urban forestry was underfunded and they were raiding the tree fund to pay for the removal of hazardous trees in right-of-ways. That is not what the tree fund is for. The tree fund is one tool in the toolbox. You don't use a hammer when what you need is a screwdriver. If you want to plant type 3 trees because they have some value, then the city needs to prioritize that and fund it. But as Councilman Carlson said, the tree fund is for mitigation. It is a mitigation fund. It's for mitigation. It's mitigation, mitigation, mitigation. It is to replace the loss of shade trees. And I love the fact that Councilman Hurtak showed a tree that's providing all the shade and thought it was a type 3 tree, but in fact, it's a type 1. It's a winging elm. We have lots and lots of type 1s. They don't have to only be live oaks. We have lots of type 2s. On the PowerPoint slide, it said type 1, shade trees, type 3, ornamental trees. The city needs to use the tree fund for the purpose that it was designed, mitigation of the shade trees. Fund the other things with other money from the general fund the way it should be funded. And as far as the Natural Resources Department went, in 2018, it was a large cohesive department that had an administrator, Kathy Beck. When she retired, her position was never filled. In 2019, it was completely reorganized and split up. It is the wrong way to do it. It needs to be put back to the way it was in 2018. And let me just also say, live oaks, according to the University of Florida, are the single most hurricane-resistant type 1 trees. But we can have diversity by spending the money the way it is specifically earmarked. All these other extraneous things that need to be done, the city has to step up and pay for them. But the tree trust fund is not the right way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that all of our online public comment? Okay. So, council discussion. Councilmember Carlson.
Just to talk about the agenda real fast, I'm happy to move to continue items 6 and 8 until the May workshop.
That is
the convention
about the
center
convention
and
center
the,
and about documents and presentation. I'm sorry, what date did you say?
The May workshop, I think, has 3 items on it, so or two items on it, so we could move it.
Yeah, the May workshop is focused on.
Or we can move it to June.
We don't have one in June. Yes, that's sure.
This is June 25th.
So May 28th for items 6 and 8.
Yeah.
We should do those separately though, just for.
Move to continue item number 6 to May 28th workshop.
I have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Motion to move item number 8 to the May 28th workshop.
I have a motion from Councilmember Carlson, a second from Councilmember Maniscalco. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. But I do believe the rest of it is really important to consider. Does anyone want to begin? Okay, yes, Councilwoman Young.
Just a few.
And, before we go, we're gonna do 3 minutes, and then we'll continue on as we go, so.
Well, I'll just say, I feel like the consensus is that we definitely, want to be sure that the tree trust fund money is going towards the type 1 and type 2 trees. I would really be interested in seeing, because I'm 100% believe that we should definitely be planting more trees. I would love to see like you were showing the picture earlier of that is a type 2 trees. I would love to be able to see what trees should we be planting, and instead of what we the crepe myrtles, what else can we plant? What do they look like? And so that we can also, because for me, I don't know all the trees. I just, and I don't know what they're called. So I think having, so that we can actually see what those trees are, but also, for the community, so that they can see as well what kind of trees they want to plant, if they have a space they want to plant a tree in. I think also, mentioned earlier with engage, like the community stewardship program, I think that would be really awesome, because I've definitely been in parks and, you see the trees that are, they're there, they're planted, they have the stakes, they're in the bags, and they're leaning over, and no one's, and there's like, they've just been sitting there, and it's like, who is taking care of these trees? Like we're planting them, but how are they gonna have any longevity if we're not actually taking care of the trees once we plant them? So we can say we're planting a tree, and it's like, all right, we planted, and then that's it, and then there's no, who's taking care of it? It's just there. I would love to see, what is the actual cost to plant a tree, to the different types of trees? Because I'm seeing that, in one invoice it costs this much, and another one it costs, so how much does it actually cost to plant the different types of trees? Or is it because we're getting them from different, farms? I don't know, but I would love to see that. And then I think also the point made about seniors. We have a lot of seniors within the, especially I know that have these trees and would love to be able to keep them, but it's very difficult. I have a senior right now who has a beautiful tree. It's huge, but it has someone, she needs help. And she can't do it alone. She's on a fixed income. She's disabled. She lives by herself. So how do we help those seniors? And also, again, I think brought up earlier that we are going into hurricane season. So what can we? I would love to see what is the next step today that can actually okay, we made this decision and it's going to start tomorrow or by Friday. So that, because hurricane season is coming up, and we do have a lot of seniors that have trees.
Well, I will say that in years past, we have actually added more money to the tree fund for the East Tampa CRA. So we can always reallocate, which if we're out, we should probably do that. But it would be nice to know that we're out.
Yeah, that's what they did. That was.
Yeah, so oftentimes we don't know about that until we hear about it from the community. So we do need to, I agree with you on that. And, okay, anyone else want to have anything to say about this? Okay. Yes, Councilman Miranda.
Chair. No, I think we ought to, I've heard a lot of discussion about nobody wants a certain type of tree, and you want 1 or 2 trees, and I think to be fair for this city and this administration and council members, if we really don't want that third type of tree, we ought to say it, take it out of the ordinance.
Okay, so how about this? How about I do some questions, and we'll figure out, because we have some overarching issues. We've heard that the city has 11 planting plans. Do we think that tree trust fund money should be used to pay for plans?
No.
Okay, so I'm hearing no and not anymore, and we would like to see the plans. I agree. I do not believe we should spend tree trust fund money on tree design. So mark that down as one thing. We've all basically agreed. No funding for actual tree design. We need to fund it through the general fund. Yes.
I agree with that, but also I want to make note that we borrowed money from an enterprise fund sometime back, whether it's paid for or not, I don't know.
Yes, we
I
did.
think it was, but that should never happen again.
Correct.
Because that's bonded money and your interest rates are going to change if you do that, because we have a AAA bond rating at that, and I don't want to touch that money at all.
Yes. Mr. Shelby.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Refresh my recollection, did City Council, with
Yes.
regard specifically to Councilman Miranda's concern, take official action to formalize that policy, or?
We did not, but we went ahead and paid that, so now we need to talk about that. So do we want to formalize a policy that says that we will not replace enterprise funds with tree trust funds?
And everything has an exception. I don't want to just kill it, but I mean, it has to be, whoever the mayor is, whoever the council members are here, I think it'll be a bridge between each other. If they want it, they have to ask for it, and both of them have to sign off, not just one.
Okay, Councilmember Young.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Carlson.
Yeah, as I said before, the enterprise fund should be self-supporting. So if stormwater goes in and rips out a bunch of trees, stormwater fees should replace them, or water fees or whatever. That should not be taken out of the tree trust fund, because that's mitigation. But just in terms of process, don't you think on the first one, maybe you should hand the gavel and make a motion just so we can make it official?
Sure.
And then on the second one,
Yeah.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we are not use tree trust fund money for planning.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hertog. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Miranda. Mr. Shelby?
Council, I just wonder, the workshop rules,
Yes, but we're trying to
I'm
create
just saying maybe open the floor to see if somebody wants to address these two subjects before you take action, or you want to make your motions and then open the floor. I'm just trying to.
Personally, I think we've heard enough. We just need to make some
It's
decisions.
up to you. So
And,
Yeah.
it's up to
and I
us
think,
now.
I think we should set a date on it, because this council only has authority through May 1st next year. So just between now, and this is, even though we're voting, it's kind of indicative. It's a philosophy statement, right?
Yeah, so it is a philosophy statement, so I don't think a date is appropriate, but I'm fine with just just memorializing the conversation we had today through motions. And I think at the end of it, we're probably going to be looking for ordinance change or, a standard operating procedure, something like that to come out of it. But going through these smaller questions first, I think helps.
First of all, I really believe that the people that will be involved, each neighborhood association, within the four districts make up the whole city, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And if you have all these neighborhood associations, if you get together and work together, I think you resolve some of these problems immediately. That's what I think, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, but we have a motion on the floor.
I understand.
Do you have that motion, Madam Clerk?
We have a motion from Councilmember Hertog, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Oh, you got to turn your mic on for some reason.
I'd like to make a motion to, that is the intent of this council, to prohibit the use of tree fund money for enterprise funds, enterprise funds.
I'll second that.
Okay, the only thing that concerns me is that. Well, actually, yeah, Councilmember Miranda.
Although I may not like the process, if you say can't use it, that means that we can't approve it and they can't recommend it to us, and there's an emergency that you need that money, and that's the only way you're going to get it. We're putting ourselves in a box you can't get out of.
My concern about that is only if, instead of coming up with a giant tree plan, if they have to take something out, or if they have nothing to be able to replace with a type 1 or type 2 tree, I'll support that for now. But I do think that, as with everything, the devil's in the details.
Yeah, what we should do separately is mandate that enterprise funds replace trees or have a tree policy.
That's actually probably a good companion. So we have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Sure, I think that's a good secondary, and again, your mic went out, so.
I'd like to make a motion to ask staff in charge of the enterprise areas to create policies that would replace trees that are torn out as a result of enterprise projects, and also to enhance tree areas as part of their rate cases.
Are you talking about the enterprise fund?
Yes.
There's only four of them,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
So which ones, all four? Because there's water, wastewater, and others involved.
Yeah, so if any of them that are involved in ripping out trees, that we're in general asking them to have policies to replace trees and to use enterprise funds to enhance them, just like any other utility.
My
would
question
do.
to myself is, are any one of those four involved in trees at all? I mean, you're asking
Yes.
for money, right?
No.
The planning of it or whatever.
No, we're just asking the heads of those departments to consider putting in tree policies.
Are you talking about, just if I can clarify, council member, are you talking about a policy to replace trees that as a part of its project are removed? It's for
Yeah, that-
remediation of trees that were part of the removal was part of the project.
And also to enhance areas
Yeah.
that they're ripping apart.
Yeah, it wasn't explained, I didn't understand it that way. You thought about any one of those funds that create a problem by taking a tree out, even though they're working on something for the betterment of society, that they have to replace it. I agree with it.
If the water department goes
Yeah.
through and rips up
I
a
understand
street
now.
and they tear down the trees,
I just
then
wanted to
put new
clarify it
trees.
very clearly.
And if there's a yard that didn't have a tree, they could put a tree there too.
I got it. I'll second
that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilmember Carlson. I have the same second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I have another one I'd like to make. I don't know where we are in this, but the $300 per tree mitigation fee needs to be reviewed. So I would like to set that in motion to have a review of the $300 per tree mitigation fee. So that's my motion, and I can come up with something more specific for this evening, talking to staff.
Do we have a motion, and do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Carlson. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. And then, how do we feel? We have not talked about basically the third rail, I think, for today. Well, not really, but type 1 and 2 versus 3. Where are we on this?
So,
Councilwoman Young.
thank you. I definitely, support the type 1 and type 2 until you showed that picture. That was a type 3 tree.
No, that was actually type 1.
Oh, that was a type 1
I was
tree.
wrong. It was an L.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
okay.
wrong.
Okay, disregard, never mind, yeah.
Okay, yes, Councilman Maniscalco.
So, without using the word ban, or say ban type 3, that we prioritize type 1 and 2, and in the extreme circumstance that we cannot find any types of trees within those categories, that we have to go to a type 3. But, we want long-lasting trees. Like I mentioned earlier, I've seen a lot of trees that you would have never thought get blown over and destroyed essentially, but we get a lot of storms. That type 1 and type 2 be prioritized, but how do y'all feel about, what do we do with type 3? Do we
My
ban
feeling-
them? Do we,
Well,
you tell me.
Yeah, that's what
My
we're
feeling,
getting.
you gotta have a backup somewhere. You just can't say 1 and 2, and one of them get a disease and they all go down. What are you gonna do then?
Well, I mean, Councilman Carlson, did you have something to say about this before I?
Oh, sorry.
So the tree matrix, I went ahead and printed it out, and there's a lot of, there's a decent amount of type 1 and type 2 trees. There are a lot of type 3 trees. So what I would recommend is, right now, I think the issue is that we're struggling with planting all of these. So, and we have money and we have plans to plant. How about we ask to spend tree trust fund money to plant these type 1 and type 2 trees that we've been trying to plant? give it a year or two, and then have staff come back to us for type 3 money if they can't plant more. Basically just saying, hey, right now we're asking for a commitment to plant type 1 and 2 trees and to use other monies to plant type 3 trees. And when you come back and show us what you've been able to do, then we can, because part of this is a trust level with the community. And so I would really love to see a really robust effort. However, if a plan has type 3 trees, to be able to pay for them as well. And if that's some general fund money, then council just basically has to say, that's going to be a priority for the 2027 budget. It's going to have to be a priority. I mean, that's why I tried to prioritize it in the rest of what was for 2025, but, you know, that tended to be money for parks. And so I wanted to make sure that all of our parks were equally represented. So I handed that $500,000 to Councilman Vieira for his district.
Yep. So I'd make a motion then that we ask the administration to prioritize type 1 and 2 trees for the next 2 years. 2 years because in 10, 11 months we transition to a new administration. There's going to be new leadership. So we see how they work in those next 23 months. It comes back to council for review. What have you done? What have you planted? How much progress have you made? And then we take it from there, or they take it from there.
I would second that. I just Charlie and then
Just say this, I can't support that because a good business person does never leave out something that could be helpful, even though it's the least amount of helpfulness. In case you have a disaster, then you say, I can only go here and here, I can't go there because I wrote it off. I can't do that as a business person.
why don't we do a percentage?
We could do a percentage.
This is just an ask or a recommendation, you know, and see what they do in the next 2 years. It's not a ban, you know, I mean, we're not cutting off, you know, the use of type 3, but saying then the motion is to
Cutting them off.
to encourage them.
Encourage means a lot of things.
Yeah.
Can I just say?
Yeah, Councilmember Carlson.
We have a limited amount of money, period, across the board.
Yeah.
And we have to focus on the highest priority first. And we know we've lost a lot of our tree canopy. We've had this presentation in prior ones. And if we spend a year or two focusing on type 1 and 2, we're still not gonna make up all the difference. It doesn't mean that in an emergency, whatever, the staff can't come back and ask us, but it just gives the intent of council that we wanna replace the tree canopy quickly because it's disappearing.
That was my point with that. So, so
what other words can we use that?
Well, I don't.
We don't want to ban.
So I think that we do. I think that we should be strong, and simply say type 1 and type 2 trees for 2 years. See what we can do, and if we need to plant type 3, because I know some of these tree plants have type 3 trees, we need to find other funding for them. It is not what we're looking for.
Would you like the word demand rather than encourage?
Yeah, I don't think encourage is wise because encourage says you can.
Can or cannot.
Yeah, I think we need a more definitive word.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, may I be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. Just a question, and I guess we could ask Ms. Feely with the administration, and we can also do this down the line after the minutes come out to review them, but at some form or fashion, this is going to have to be formalized in some form or fashion. And the question is, the administration would know what best way would be to implement these sort of things, and maybe Ms. Feely
What
has
if
some
I hold
insight.
off on my motion until later tonight?
Well, what I would intend to do with all of these motions is I'm fine because I've been working on trees for a long time. I'm happy to take all of these motions and work with city staff, my office, and figure out, some more specifics and then bring it to all of us, not tonight because we're not going to have time, but on May 7th and during new business.
Let me hold off on my motion right now until then.
But I mean, if you don't make it, I'm going to make it. And what I'm saying is,
you make it and
okay.
you word it.
Yeah. So I want to make a motion to say that for the next 2 years, we are going to focus on planting type 1 and type 2 trees to help recover the trust of the public to use these funds.
Focus is very broad. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson.
No. I mean, the motion is to only use type 1 and 2 trees so that we can focus on the fact of developing trust with the residents who want to make sure that these funds go towards the mitigation of the trees that are be taking out.
We have a motion. We have a second from Councilmember Carlson.
I can't, although I like the motion, I can't support it because you're just cutting something out that at least is helpful for something, whatever that something amount is. And when you cut that off, you're putting yourself in a corner. You can't, if something happens to those types of trees, then you have no resource, you can't plant another one. So that's the only reason I'm not going to support it.
Well, Councilmember Miranda, we're going to have to actually formalize this because we're not allowed to actually make decisions today. So as we work and formalize it, when I mean, like I said, our office will take the lead, but we will have to discuss this again in more minute detail, or with a detail in, we can try to put it on the agenda later. I'll see if I can find a date.
But may I?
Yes, it's your chair. Right?
But if we don't do this, it's kind of like if we say the sidewalk trust fund can be used for parks. People's expectation is if somebody doesn't build a sidewalk, that it goes in the sidewalk fund and it'll be used for sidewalks. And same thing here. You're not paying a fine if you take down a crepe myrtle. You're getting a fine if you take down a grand oak.
Correct.
Yep, we have a motion and a second, but before we vote, Ms. Feely, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Abby Feely, a couple things real quick in relation to what's going on. I do want to give you the tree trust fund and the language so that you can have that and you can look at that now as to the section on expenditure, because I think
Can you put it on the wolf, please? And
And I hear, I think this has been a great discussion today, and I totally hear the direction that council's going, and I'd just like a clarification, because you're saying for the next 2 years, let's do this. We have 10 plans right now that could, 11, that could put close to 3,000 trees in the ground. The first discussion item you all just had was in relation to not using tree trust funds to plan. Got it. In terms of using tree trust funds to plant, I think that's part of the direction we were looking for this morning. In those plans, there are combinations type 1, type 2, type 3. Now going to what you just discussed, in terms of the type 3, those make up less than 30% of what's in those plans. The question in relation to that, we could go back and work on those plans and see where we take those type 3s out. They're only 30% of the 3,000. We can move forward with the type 1s and 2s, but the direction of focusing on type 1s and type 2s, the question is on the table as to the how. The how right now are the plans that we have to move forward, that we could start moving forward with and getting trees in the ground and bringing the bids of those plans to council to show you geographically it's here. We talked about Davis Island, Ybor, McFarland Park, Swan Park is on there. Putting those plans out for bid. We could put them out for bid saying no type 3s, but put them out for bid, getting back the costing on that. One thing I did want to clarify, the testimony about the tree costing the 700 and something, that includes, I want to go on the record clarifying what that cost is. That cost is not the cost of a tree. That cost is the tree, the install, the staking, the watering of that tree for 6 months, and a warranty associated with it in case it dies. So that cost that went up was not just the cost of the tree. But when we are costing these, that cost includes all of those things.
That's not what I saw. Ms. Bluma, are you still here? Yeah. Can you bring that up? Because that's not what I saw. I saw that there were also costs there for maintenance. That it definitely showed maintenance as its own line item.
But when we're purchasing, that purchase price and that is including all of those things.
Okay, so if you could just put it on the wolf, please,
There's
Ms. Bluma?
6 months of ongoing watering and maintenance as for an additional $56,000.
And Ms.
There's
Bluma, if you could
staking
just
on
come and say your name and then read that out to us.
Well, let's go through it, because it
Yeah,
goes
but-
through the cost of each tree.
Well, I'm gonna have Ms. Bluma say it first, and then we'll go through. So, Ms. Bluma, can you explain? First, start with your name, and then tell us what you wanted to say.
Tara Bluma. And maybe I'm wrong. I see here the line item third from the bottom says 6 months of ongoing watering and maintenance for $56,832. Somewhere on here is also staking. Maybe that was on the other one before. The removal of trees refused after installation.
But see, that shows
But that's 100 trees.
And then,
Yes,
Only three of all of the trees. So
Correct.
there's 80 jasmine.
Correct.
There's the 4 live oak. I mean, it's going through each of them.
Correct. Oh, here, Hurricane Milton, replanting, restaking.
Can you
tree.
point to that?
1,400, yes ma'am.
Yep, right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah. So,
So the water being in there is it's a huge component of the cost as well. And my understanding in talking with city staff is that the cost of the tree is half the cost, and then you include for the other half to get you to around the $1,400 approximate dollars we're spending is the staking, the monitoring, the watering, the planting. So this $760.
That's 10 trees.
no, each
It
is
says
760. The
each.
10 trees is 7,600.
Right. Across.
Correct. Exactly. $760 times 10 equals 7,600. So we're paying $7,600 for 10 low-cost trees.
Can I? Yeah.
So actually, before, can Miss Feely, can you explain that to us? Why the cost is 700? If you could put that back up on the wolf and explain to us how it costs for, let's look at a southern red cedar is $925 per tree, and so it's $3,700. And then down below it said 6 months of ongoing watering and maintenance for $56,000. So it clearly is not all included, or it looks that way. What's happening?
So like, for example.
Can you start with your name, please?
Brian Knox, City Planning. So that southern red cedar you're looking at, 3.5-inch caliber, 11 to 12 height. It's not your tree that we would typically plant. We typically plant 2.5. And so for that, the cost based on Florida grades and standards. Our requirement is that you plant a Florida grade #1 tree, which is the second best quality you can get. And so the tree that you would probably get from a big box store, not naming any names, that's not a Florida grade #1. So the cost comparison it's not there.
Okay, but I think what we're all trying to understand is that truly is the cost of the actual tree is $700 some odd dollars.
Yes.
Okay, and then the watering and maintenance is separate, and that's the $56,000. So that is why when Ms. Bluma said that the average cost of the tree is around $1,400, it's because we're taking the cost, which again, I understand the idea of spending more money on a better quality tree that has the better potential to last longer and grow faster. But
The
installation, though, is also part of that. That's not a separate line item. The staking's not a separate line item. That's in that cost. So, I mean, this was how the water department does it, but when we're doing these, the full cost is the tree, the installation, the staking, the watering for the 6 months, and the warranty if it dies.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't know that this is the best example as the way that it's line itemed like this, but this is our intention in when we're doing this and the costs associated. I think if we're afforded the opportunity to bid out one of the project, we could show you before a planting happens what that would look like in terms of the funds.
Okay, Ms. Bluma, and just please start with your name again.
Yes, ma'am, Tara Bluma. I totally agree that it is worth the money to buy a nicer tree, a high-quality tree. We have amazing nurseries across the state. This is the state where other states get their trees from. So we have that opportunity. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. But I just purchased 2 magnolia trees for West Shore Elementary for Earth Day from a grant from the Garden Club. I spent $350 per tree. They're 9 foot tall. They're beautiful. They're staked. They're already blooming, and they've only been planted a couple of months. The school is paying for the watering, and I'm out there checking on that tree every single day. By getting invested community partners, that you can save thousands of dollars. It's a big impact.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And that's actually why I'm going to, Councilmember Carlson. You.
To Ms. Bluma, could you come back? Sorry. I want to say 2 things. On the water project, I talked to Rory, I talked to Whit Raymer, and I think that agreement was made in good faith, but as I've said before, I think there has to be a contract between departments, and that contract should be approved in advance by City Council, because the public saw it and it looked like a slush fund to them. There needs to be a budget set and an expectation of what's going to be bought, and after the fact we can look at it, but it would be much cleaner and more transparent if we looked at it in advance. Ms. Bluma, would you mind just in 30 seconds telling people what your specific expertise is related to this?
I'm soon to be vice president of the Tampa Garden Club. I also work in landscaping. I own a landscape construction company and a landscape maintenance company, and I mean in Texas, and we ship all of our trees, but I buy tens of thousands of trees a year. I'm very familiar with looking at these prices of trees, and a live oak does not cost the same amount of money as a cedar. So already this is bad. And Ms. Feely, I'm sorry I'm not allowed to address you, but this may not be the best example, but so far this is the only expenditure of funds that we've had on trees. So I don't have a lot of material to work with, but I think this is the most accurate. Since
I appreciate that, and I completely understand that as well.
Okay. Councilwoman Young.
So I don't know if I need to come, go back and come up, with a motion, but I think that especially if, we're saying that, okay, for the, next 2 years, we want to focus on planting type 1 and type 2s, back to, the trees need a babysitter. We don't want to just plant them and then go. So I don't know if that is crafted into the motion, or we have to come back and talk about that. But I definitely think that that should be a part of it, and that I think that ties into engaging our community gardens and our neighborhood associations with that process, having that stewardship. So I don't know how we.
So I completely agree with you. And what I am going to do actually is rescind my motion for the moment, because I think a lot of this can get solved with our NRAC, with our Natural Resources Committee. And just because we have a limited amount of time, and I'll apologize in advance because I have no idea how this happened, but my legislative aide, Ms. Scharf, went in and I had some changes I wanted to make, and apparently they made it into the actual presentation. So if you could just show on the screen, if we could bring the presentation back and just take a look at what my recommendations for the NRAC board, if we could.
Kayla Casali, I think that the presentation we uploaded probably will not reflect those changes.
Oh, okay. Well then, I'm gonna ask.
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Okay. Then is there anyone who could take one of these and put it up on the wolf for me? One of these. Thanks. Okay, so, I mean, I'm just thinking in the interest of time, it is noon. We still have a sound study to hear. So.
Want to break and come back when Clendenin comes out after lunch? He said after lunch.
Well, okay, so I definitely want to get through trees. So here's what I'd like to see. If this is just my recommendation for the NRAC board composition, but if we want to, do we want to hear the rest of the presentation for NRAC first? Or I'm sorry, did you have other, so the reason I think that we should hear the NRAC at this point is because I think a lot of these things, a lot of the plans, a lot of the idea of working with the community can come from the NRAC. And a lot of this overseeing that we're worried about can be handled a little bit by, and NRAC, I'm sorry, is Natural Resources Advisory Committee that we have, but we're looking to retool. So do we want to hear that presentation first, or do we just want to look at this? Yes.
I think that's mostly background, and I always believe the public should have a right to hear something, but it also is background. Can I just tell the genesis of this was, I was, because of the water department issue, I was talking to Carol Ann Bennett about maybe setting up a tree committee that would have authorization. We talked about it in council too. A tree committee that would approve the budgets like that, so there would be public oversight of how the money's spent, and ideally the intention would be approved in advance. And Carol Ann suggested, well, she said that the Natural Resource Committee is essentially dormant, so why don't we resurrect that and maybe repopulate it and give it also the Tree Trust Fund to oversee. And then that ended up with all kinds of big analyses and discussions and rivalry between the mayor and city council trying to figure out who's going to control it and all this stuff. And ultimately the intent was to make sure that the public has oversight into how the Tree Trust Fund money is being used.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so the question is, do we want to hear the presentation quickly, or do we just want to look at, or do we agree that we need a natural resources and we want to look at the composition?
Let's look at the composition.
Okay, so we want to go straight to the composition.
Wait, question.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so 2, because we put 2 and 3 there. So we've done our action for 2 and 3, yes?
We can do more action afterward.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Carl Brody, Legal Department. Just go ahead, provide that. As you consider the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, remember that was created by an executive order. So,
It's a resolution. I just handed it.
Oh, we got a new resolution? Okay.
Yeah, it was a resolution, and it talks about what the NRAC was charged with doing.
Right, so, right, and it has limited authority in terms of what it can do. So you have to consider that as you have this discussion on what your goals are for the committee. So just consider that ahead of time as you walk through this. And some of what we've been talking about, I think, does need a deeper dive, because when you talk about making changes to policy like you were, some of that is going to impact the ordinances that you have in place. So
correct.
We're going to have to include that in terms of not taking immediate action, but having a better understanding of how you want those to interact with the ordinance, and what changes you're thinking about making. And I understand you want to get together after we make decisions here today and have a further kind of policy analysis of all this, and that's perfect. But just to lay that on the table, that there are other legal factors in place that are going to be impacted by whatever decisions you make after deciding how you want to move forward on a policy.
I mean, if we started this with a resolution, I'm not.
Sorry, Abby Philly. There is also an executive order. It's 2014-1, and I'm getting copies of that for you now, so you have that. But the executive order was the implementation of the resolution that you have in front of you with the whereas clauses speaking to both the internal advisory committee that the city has, which is made up of city planning, parks, I think Mary's on there. And then the second part, I think it's the whereas clause, maybe second or third from the bottom, that talks about the advisory committee for natural resources. It actually wasn't the NRAC, it was reverse of that, but the advisory committee for natural resources related back to the urban forest master plan. So I'll get you that executive order right now. It's a one-pager.
Okay, but we can still change it by resolution. So Councilmember Carlson.
Can I, Mr. Brody, sorry, before you sit down, could you just let us know, when was the last, or if you don't know, if somebody else can answer it, when was the last time this committee met? And what have they done or accomplished or decided in this administration since 2019?
Okay.
So, yeah, just a brief history of the NRAC. It started in 2017, 2018. And so at that time, they were meeting, and it was right after the first 5 years of the implementation of the Urban Forest Management Plan. And so that's when the committee first started to meet. It met again in 2022, and then that's when we ran into that this committee needed to be a Sunshine Committee and officially recognized this, so.
And have they met since 2022?
No.
And even in so they haven't done anything since 2022, so that's 4 years. Did they do anything in 2020 or between 2019 and 2022? Did they put up any recommendations or make any decisions?
So the 2022, like the reason why they didn't meet is because they needed to be a Sunshine Committee, so we stopped our meetings at that point. And
So
then
my point is that the feedback from the public is that this committee's been inactive. And so to me, arguing about who's in control and all that stuff, it hasn't been active anyway. And so I hope the administration will work with us to make this better and to provide more oversight. Providing oversight and transparency to the public is only a good thing in my mind.
All right. Can I say something about that?
Yes.
Brian Knox, City Planning. So the Natural Resources Advisory Committee is a part of a larger cycle of things. So like, for example, we have our Urban Forest Master Plan. And all of those things like are fed into the Urban Forest Master Plan, including the Natural Resources Advisory Committee. And so the Natural Resources Advisory Committee is supposed to be comprised of professionals and also the public to allow input on what we should do or what are their suggestions and recommendations within the management plan. Their primary role for this upcoming update for the management plan, they're actually going to update the master plan for us. And so that's their critical role and function that we need them for. And after that, they're going to make the recommendations for all of the things that are in the master plan in conjunction with the internal technical working group. So without that component, it takes the public out of a very public document.
Okay, thank you very much.
And my argument is that we need to activate it because it hasn't been activated in 4 years. And it needs to include the tree stuff so that we can get transparency.
Yeah. So as I look, Ms. Kapetsky, could you put that on the, can you put the composition? And I apologize, I look at the composition, this isn't correct, but I will explain what it was and wasn't. Oh, it's, okay. If we could just put it up for the general public as we discuss this. So initially, we had discussed possibly changing the mayor/council role because one of the things that we have found as this council is that if we each select someone, we have an individual point person, and I think that's a valuable thing. So what I did is my recommendation was change the mayoral from 6 to 4, and then each council district would have one, but what I actually meant for 8, 9, 10, and 11 is to actually leave that as a neighborhood representative, so that for District 4, District 5, District 6, District 7, which are the individual members, they would have a neighborhood representative, and then for the citywide ones, District 1, 2, and 3, we would choose a tree advocate / environmental nonprofit member, so that we have somebody who's looking at the overall area. And then the mayor would focus on the important and individual ones, which would be, or the specified ones, which would be a certified arborist / landscape architect, to have 2 of those, to have a real estate professional and a developer and builder. So that way, the mayor has the very specific need, and then council has folks who are focused on environmental nonprofit work, tree advocacy, which they could have, Sierra Club, something like that. And then the individual district people could have somebody who has that background, but also just a neighborhood representatives. And then the years of start would be on the side of 1, 2, and 3. So if you flip it over, I have a balance of the mayor, because we're about to switch, we have a balance of the mayor having one 1-year, one 2-year, and one 3-year, because we want to stagger terms, and District 1, 2, and 3 would have one of each, and we would have to decide between ourselves what we would get. And then District 4 through 7 would have 2 1-year, a 2-year, and a 3-year, and they would have to decide amongst themselves. It just, I hope that made sense.
So,
Councilman Carlson.
so I agree with all that. And I just want to state that changing it from 4 to 7 doesn't mean that city council is trying to control it or wield power or whatever it is to represent the community adequately. And city council members have relationships throughout the city, and we each, even though 3 years citywide, they have different relationships, so we can just add to the diversity of geographic diversity and other kinds of diversity in the committee. Just like with the Charter Review Commission, the mayor has the right to send emails, to send representatives, to make arguments, and then the committee can decide what to do. If it's not possible to legally change this, we can always set up a separate committee that would do the same thing, since this one hasn't been active.
Well, and I would also argue that, like overall, with the staff that comes in, the mayor has a lot of control over that. So in this, we're kind of doing more people-centered. Yes, Ms. Pettis-Mackle.
Good afternoon. Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. As this information is presented by council as a proposal for the composition of the board, in Resolution 2024-866, which was the resolution that was approved by council for the creation of the Natural Resource Advisory Committee, the composition, as already outlined, it was originally intended to have 11 members. Six of the professionals, the experts in the field, were mayoral appointments, and the remaining members were the neighborhood advocates that would be selected by city council. I would ask if, and I ran this by staff, would city council consider, as opposed to eliminating a professional person who's an expert in that field, to add and to leave the existing 6 professionals who are experts in the field, but to add more neighborhood advocates so that each city council person could have a neighborhood advocate that they could appoint, but keep in place the professionals with the knowledge and expertise to assist with this process of brainstorming and collaborating to implement and discuss and make suggestions for this management plan. I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, I mean, since this is my plan, I'll say I don't have a problem with that, but I was just thinking, we talk all the time about trying to get quorum and the number of people that are on a board, and that can sometimes be an issue. And the reason I did certified arborist / landscape architect is because I sat on the variance review board for years, and we could never get anybody to fill one of those positions because they always had stuff that came in front of city. So it was difficult to find a person to do that. Now, this might be, I recognize that this might be a different board because this is just an advisory committee, but still, some of,
I think, sorry, Chairwoman Hurtak.
Start with your name, I'm sorry.
Abby Feely. So we already have those appointments ready to bring to you of those professional people. The scientists, I think you saw with even having Mr. Landry here this morning, I mean, those are critical things to the urban forest master plan. So in what you suggested here, it was moving out the engineer, we have those people ready for you to appoint, so.
Well, if you want to add 3 more people, that's, I mean, I don't know. What do you all think? What does the rest of council think?
So are you saying that instead of, for engineer and professional scientists, instead of those being council appointments, leave them as mayoral appointments? Is that what
and
you're
just
saying?
add 3 more seats.
So we had
Or
the
2 more
appointments ready to come to council a few weeks ago. And when some of these other discussions came up, those things were postponed. But we have those individuals vetted and ready to be appointed. So I think we would like to look at this collaboratively to be that we still keep what we had, and then we add to address the concerns and introduce those other individuals, so that we're building on the work that we've done up to this point to keep us moving forward.
So we'll have a board of 14.
No, we'll have a board of 13.
13.
But I don't have a problem with that. My only thing is that, again, I don't think all 7 of us should have the role labeled neighborhood representative. I don't think that's appropriate, because I think sometimes, I mean, I do believe that there is there's a spot for tree advocate and an environmental nonprofit, that again, I think the citywide seats would have a good idea to do.
Could it not be any one of those 3 categories?
Sure,
to
we
give
could,
you the
yeah,
flexibility
that's
to be
fine.
able to do that if that changes over time, and I mean, I think that you're talking about the challenge that we do face on these boards, right? They're voluntary boards, you get people to serve on them, like the VRB. When we put it so limited, that sometimes limits our ability to put the right person in the right place. So, I think having those representatives be council representatives in several categories eligible may be a way to meet in the middle on getting the right people there.
I think that's fine. The only thing I would I would consider for the mayoral positions is to not have the certified arborist and the landscape designer be specific, because those are just very hard to find. I mean, maybe it was just me and the variance review board, but
we have them.
I know we have them now, but what I'm
right.
saying is in the future.
But that came out of the urban forest master
Okay.
plan as what the city needed.
Okay.
So in trying to reestablish it, I would hate for us to abandon or, go, because that's the scientific area that we really need to support the efforts in partnership with the public.
Okay. So if we add those 3 or the 2, we still wanted to talk about staggering of terms. And the staggering of terms, the struggle for me at least, was the majority of the 3-year terms were for the mayor, and I think we should have an equal number for both council and mayoral appointments.
I think there's a proposal in the presentation that Brian would like to discuss with you briefly.
Okay.
Brian Knox, City Planning. All right, let's see if we can get to it. Okay, here we go. It's the last bullet. And so because of the qualified professionals and having them on the board, I'd like to see the appointees be there for 3 years and then start to stagger them off. I talked with a couple of tree advocates about it. I talked to internally about it. And I think given the complexity of the board with updating the urban forest master plan, it's going to be a long process to see some of this stuff through. And I think it would be beneficial to start staggering them after the 3-year terms. And so start staggering with essentially, as it was with the 11 members, 2 members from the professional, 2 members from council appointed, and carry that on until it's probably 2 to 1 for, as it was with the 11 members. So basically start staggering after the 3 years because of the difficulty of attaining somebody in that qualified professional position, and having them see through the entire process of the urban forest master plan update.
Any questions or comments? Here she comes.
Okay.
Okay, anyone?
Staff recommendation?
Yes. Yeah, does anyone have?
And everyone we have is for 3 years now.
Yes, the way I would like for it to be staggered is everyone starts with a 3-year term. And then after that, the board slowly starts to stagger off after the first year after that 3-year term. In the second term, it's 2 and 2, 2 mayor, 2 council. And then in the second year, 2 mayor, 2 council. And then in the third year, it's 2 mayor, 1 council.
So I have a problem with that, mainly because we aren't gonna be here and the mayor's not gonna be here, and so to have people, initial appointments for 3 years is difficult, because whoever sits in my seat shouldn't be stuck with my appointee for 2 more years.
But I guess what Brian was saying, Abby Feely, sorry, the work is more than a year term. So I guess in reestablishing, first we need to add in those other positions that you just proposed. And then everyone coming on would come in together now for 3 years. And we'd start with those 3 years because of the work that goes with the urban forest master plan. And we can still, I'm just explaining, I see your face and we can still have discussion. We're just saying, okay, we started with this group, now we're gonna add these individuals. Okay, now let's talk about terms. So terms, it's being recommended, 3-year term to start. Those appointees we have for you that are ready to get approval already committed to a 3-year. They know that's the expectation. So how would we potentially modify that or look at that other staggering? I wholeheartedly hear what you're saying about it being your person, but really it's the city's person for the purpose of the trees and the objective of that. So we would hope that the group we put together would be working and getting that cohesiveness together for those 3 years. So if we don't do an initial term of 3, then they go for a second year of 2, we can, I think now that we have the people, we could talk about what the terms would be together.
Board Member Young.
I thought in the last meeting, we were kind of working through whether it would be the 3 years or 2 years. We didn't make a decision on that.
No, we didn't. This
So-
is their recommendation.
So how would they agree to 3 years if we didn't even agree to 3 years?
Because the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, under that executive order, exists. We brought that other executive order a few months ago to restart it, and that 3-year was in there.
We didn't, I thought we talked, did we discuss that?
Yeah, we discussed that we didn't want 3-year terms.
Yeah, I thought we talked, so
Yeah,
I'm
the
saying.
2024
No, I hear what you're
866.
saying, but I'm
Okay.
saying in the last meeting, I thought we said we didn't necessarily agree on the 3 years. So how would someone agree to do 3 years if we didn't even agree that we wanted it to be 3 years?
So in what was approved by council, the terms of each member shall be staggered 3-year terms. So the starting point now in reestablishment starts with that 3 years. That's
But we
where we
did-
asked them.
That's what we were talking about, and we said no, we didn't agree. Am I crazy?
No, you're not.
Isn't that what we said?
But this is this is the administration trying to get us to do something different.
I'm not trying to do
No,
anything. I'm following along on
Right,
this
but
resolution.
I remember
we've changed
that,
our mind.
I remember that meeting, and we were going back and forth on what exactly does staggered terms means, and we said we want to come back and have a conversation about it. So how would someone agree to something that we didn't even agree to? Did we agree? Am I missing something?
What I think she's saying is, and this is one of
If
those.
I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
This is one of those charter issues. It was, we passed a resolution, but a previous mayor had an executive order. And so they're following the executive order as it stands. And so we would have to pass an ordinance that would supersede the executive order to.
So the resolution was just passed by this council with these terms on September 19th of 2024. So that's where we proceeded to start building the committee back based on the terms of this resolution. So it's no bait and switch.
No.
We did what was in the resolution as approved by council.
Correct, but now
Okay.
this council has decided to change its mind. It happens.
Okay, so in preparation for us filling in preparation for us filling those slots, we followed what was approved. That's where we are here today. And then those individuals, under these terms of this reso, went on the agenda, and then it became a discussion of council. So those people are still there who applied from 2024 to come and serve in this capacity. And now there's a discussion being had by this board as to what that capacity looks like. We followed this. So I understand there's another discussion going on outside of what was in the terms of this. So that needs to be reconciled, but this was the direction given, and this is what was proceeded in order to get that committee set up so we could keep moving forward.
Yes,
Okay.
and as we've had more discussion,
Okay.
the thoughts have changed, and we did think about changes. Councilmember Carlson.
So I understand staff wants to follow, it turns out, the resolution and the executive order. So the question really is a legal question. Marty, what do we need to do? Ask for a revised resolution reflecting what this council has decided?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackle from the legal department, I can answer that. I prepared this resolution, and that's why we're asked, that's what we're here for. If it's the desire of this board to revise this advisory committee, we just need direction, and I will prepare that resolution.
So you have a new resolution that you're proposing?
I'm waiting for you.
So we just need to
city
give you
council
direction on what we want to change, and then you'll change it.
Correct,
Okay.
and that's what I was trying to do with my suggestions. And so, again, I have no problem with just adding 2 more positions, but I do believe that we should not start with everyone with 3-year terms. I do believe we should start with staggered terms. One or since if the mayor has 6 appointees, then 2 1-year, 2 2-year, and 2 3-year, and then we divide among ourselves in the same manner. I think that's only fair.
And who wants to add 2 more?
You got 3, you want to add 3 more? We have 3 more.
Or 2 more, to have each council member has 1. And while that might not have been the goal 2 years ago, now what this council has found is that when we have an appointee that is, or at least me personally, when I have someone that I've appointed, it serves as a conduit for me so that trees, in this case, will stay on my mind more often. I have an appointee to the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee. She and I meet every single month to talk about the Budget Advisory Committee. I have an appointee to the city's Charter Review Commission. We talk about issues, and that's the way that I believe, I can't speak for other council members, but that has worked really well for me. And I think that's something that going forward, so we're not at the same place with any other issue, that as we make these appointees and as we have these advisory committees, when we have a person that we can reach out to, we stay more in touch. And so we don't end up here with these discussions about trees because we haven't talked about trees in years.
Do you want to just make a motion as to what you
Yes.
recommend changing on the resolution?
Yeah. Okay, so I make a motion that on the resolution, we add 2 more city council positions, and each position will be a neighborhood representative / tree advocate / environmental nonprofit member for all the council members. And that the mayoral appointees stay certified arborist, developer / builder, engineer, professional scientist, landscape architect, and real estate professional. Then, as for terms, the mayor will have 2 1-year terms, 2 2-year terms, and 2 3-year terms. And the council, the individual council members will have a split between 3 2-year terms, 3 1-year terms, I apologize, 2 2-year terms, and 2 3-year terms. And I don't know, we could just, bless you, we could draw something out of a hat, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean.
Now we got to bring the hat into this.
No, it's okay. Sorry, never mind.
Do we have a second? Do we have a second? Second, Councilmember Carlson. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I have a second recommendation. Oh, and we should have had public comment before this, but yeah, so apologize. But that's my motion about that. But I do have some recommendations about, I don't think a minimum of 2 meetings a year is enough. So I'm going to just talk about that. Oh, gosh, sorry, I'm chairing. So is there anything else we want to talk about before we take public comment on items 4 and 5, which are the Natural Resource Committee?
Do you want to just say what you intend to make in the motion and then have the public
Sure.
comment, and then you could turn it into a motion afterward?
Well, item number 4 was council to discuss whether to assign the oversight of the tree trust funds to the city's Natural Resources Committee. And I do believe that that's something that, in terms of a recommendation body, we should do. But I do think that ultimately, council is going to have to make that decision. And we have to figure out how that works. If the board says, yes, we spend type 3 tree money, are we okay with that? And so we kind of have to still have that a bit of a debate. But also, I do believe that they should meet, as we're trying to strengthen this, they should meet every other month for the first few years so that we actually get this done. So those are my recommendations. And before if anyone else has other recommendations, but those are the 2 things that I'm focused on. So I'm focused on meeting 6 times a year. We just talked about staggered terms. Looking at oversight of the tree trust fund, but also really looking at the plans that the city's putting together and put their recommendations on plans for adding more trees.
So, Mr. Chair, she was indicating what she wants to make as a motion, and then the intent was to have the public speak and give comment, and then we've already made a couple motions and approval. So we're revising the resolution that backs up the executive order regarding the Natural Resource Committee.
Okay. And just for clarification, because I was not able, I was at a place where I could not watch. You guys moved through item number 4?
We're on
We're doing 4 and 5 together.
You're doing 4 and 5 together, okay. Okay, and so where we are is we finished with discussion and you guys are looking for an ordinance to supplement the executive order from the mayor.
We already made that motion. We just made that motion before you came.
Okay.
And that was really about apportionment.
Okay.
So what we decided was to add 2 members so that each council member would have 1 person, and to keep the mayor's specific focus. But ours, each council member would have 1 that was either a community leader, a tree advocate, or a nonprofit member.
Okay. Mr. Shelby?
And also, Mr. Chairman, while you were out, items 6 and 8 were continued to the May workshop.
6 and 8 continue. Okay.
Leaving May 28th and leaving item number 7 remaining.
So, Mr. Chair, Kamaria, Ms. Pettis-Mackel, I'm not asking you, I'm just telling, she said to us, just tell us what you want to revise in the resolution that was passed in 2024. When we give her the advice, which is what Councilmember Hurtak was doing, then she'll go back and revise it and come back to us for approval. So now what we're waiting on is public comment, and then following that, Chair Pro Tem will make the final motion that she has regarding the changes to the resolution.
Okay, and is council comfortable with where we are at this point so I can move on to public comment? Okay, hearing none. Okay, public comment, please start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Lorraine Perino, president of the Tampa Tree Advocacy Group. I was going to go over the history of the NARAC, but that's already been done. TTAG wanted to recommend that in addition to the 5 that City Council was going to appoint to this committee, that they add 1 so that the mayor would have 6 and the City Council would have 6. So how many are there going to be now?
13.
Okay.
6 for the mayor, 7 for council.
Okay. So TTAG believes that there should be an advisory committee of citizens that should make recommendations on the expenditure of the tree trust fund money. And as far as NARAC controlling the tree trust fund expenditures, TTAG believes that there should first be a trial period of the NARAC board. to see how they're functioning prior to making such important decisions about the expenditure of the funds. So those are the two recommendations we wanted to make.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, start with your name.
Tara Bluma, I think that's a really good idea, having a trial period. And I would support letting the committee be the steward of the tree trust fund, but the needs in each area are very different and what we want. If you look at the 11 relief plans that have been developed, first of all, they're all for the Central Tree Trust Fund. And I think it's about 3,000 trees that they've proposed planting at the $1,400 a tree. That's your $2.6 million. Gone, the whole Central Tree Trust Fund. So I very much support supplementing that funding so that you can accomplish the relief plans and still have money left over in the Tree Trust Fund. Because I think they're good plans. I looked at them closely. But what we might want in South Tampa is very different from that. And we want to have money that we can use for the Tremendous Tree Program and other things. So if that, if the NRAC is making those decisions, how are we having that local input with just one or potentially two members from the neighborhoods? So that's my main concern on that. Obviously, with most of council and the mayor rolling off within the next year, I think 3 years is a very long amount of time to have those representatives. And I don't really think it's fair to any of you or your predecessors that don't get to make that decision in terms of who's representing them when the new council comes out. So I really like 1 and 2 year terms in that situation.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Stephanie Pointer, I really wish I saw a functioning committee that is currently staffed by city council and the mayor's office jointly. Don't see that often. But anyway, bottom line is, the resolution said, and I went back and looked at my notes, but I can't find, the resolution isn't in on base from February 5th. It was just the resolutions to put the mayor's people in place for 3 years at a time. And what I read in the resolution, but it was up here and gone so fast I didn't see it. It just said 3 years, 2 years, 1 year. And it didn't say that the mayor gets all the 3 years. And again, as we've already pointed out, she's not going to be here. And I'm going to say this as somebody who sits on the budget committee. I'm going to also say this as somebody who observes what one of your nominees does on the planning commission board that you would love to get rid of. You would love to put her on the highway, but you can't because there's no way to get rid of these people except for with cause. So to get involved and get so deep in with people that somebody may not support in a year, that's crap. It's really crap. And we're talking about a committee that by resolution is only meeting twice a year. If you've got a big plan, they need to be meeting every month. I mean, seriously. Have those people committed to that? Because that's what they need to do if they, but nobody said, and I don't remember reading in the resolution, that they were going to go through the Natural Resources Master Plan and revise it. I don't remember that ever coming up. And if that is the assignment for them, go back and watch your Charter Review Commission and look at the obstructionist behavior that's going on there. I think Carol Ann Bennett sent me a text and said that she likes Lynn's plan. She's totally down with that. I think that this list that's up here is a great list. I think we really need to consider that. And I think that City Council should never agree not to have 7 representatives, ever, for any committee, ever. Each one of you should have your own person. You can't all decide on 5 people. What are you supposed to sit up here and talk about one individual and say, no, I don't like that person because they drink at a bar and they swear up and down that they don't drink? Or whatever, the crazy stuff I say about people. You can't say that out loud from the dais, so how are you going to discuss who you want to put on that board and who do you don't? Seriously. So, but nobody, nowhere in that resolution, we could put it back up here if somebody wants to bring it from the legal department and look at it again. It doesn't say that the mayor gets all 6 3 years. And I would caution all of you that there should be something in the resolution when it's revised on how you can remove somebody from the board. If they don't show up, they don't show up, they go. I got enough issues with the budget committee with people who didn't show up. And then we got people who are fabulous now. I still have some people who show up and don't speak, but that works.
You can't tell me what crazy things I can't say from the dais.
Yes,
Start with your name, please.
Steve Michelini. You know, I think it's interesting that the builders are paying into the fund, but they only have 1 seat. And the council, according to your discussion, only wants to appoint a neighborhood person or a tree person. I think as good stewards of that fund, and we were the ones who brought it to council and told you that the funds were not being spent. It wasn't the neighborhood association, it was them complaining that the builders weren't doing their part. So we looked into it, and we hired our own investigators to go in and look at the budget, and that's when we first found the 3 million, and then the 4 million, and then the 5, and now the 6. It should be a representative, a builder should be on that committee as well. And I agree with Stephanie, 7 members, 1 for each of the council members. You shouldn't have to decide who's going to be on and who's going to be off. I mean, if it means increasing the size of the board, and if they attend, fine, keep them on the board. If they don't, replace them. But I think there needs to be equal representation of the groups that are paying into the fund should have equal representation on the board. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Hi, Pamela Jackson-Haney with TTAG. I'm fine with only 1 developer builder on that board because we're here mainly because of them. Yeah, they did pay into it, but they took down a lot of trees that did not need to come down, and I'm not happy about it. But anyway, I'm talking about using this fund for the 1 and 2 trees. We have $6 million in a tree trust fund because of those mitigation fees. With the recent changes to Florida law, this fund will likely not grow significantly in the future. So we have 1 bite at this apple for future generations, and we have to get it right. So a mitigation fee is a regulatory tool designed to balance development with community environmental needs, ensuring that growth does not impose undue burdens on public resources or infrastructure. We have $6 million in the tree trust fund because type 1 trees were removed, and we need to put them back to the best of our ability, and we can do that. Live oaks check all the boxes. I have 4 around my house that are still big, thriving, hundreds of years old, and resilient. They're strong. They live for centuries. They survive the storms because I did take care of them. I do. They're salt tolerant. And they're also evergreen, which is really interesting. They only lose their leaves briefly, as we now see in the spring. So there's no comparison to a type 3 tree. And if it's $1,400 a tree, we need to spend it on our oak trees. So I just want to bring up one thing. There's so much material to look at, and I urge you all to look at the 2013 Urban Forest Management Plan because it has really good bones. And it's a great 20-year document to follow. It's not meant to be static. It can be changed, obviously, but the bones are there and what it says that we need to do to have a thriving canopy. And there's some good numbers in there on page 57 and some interesting comments or objectives and policies on 63 and 64. But what I want to quickly get to before I run out of time is the latest City of Tampa tree canopy and urban forest analysis dated 2021. So much fabulous information. And on page 69, potential planning areas, okay? If we flip over to page 70, this is a fascinating page because it says here that we have 3,271 acres of city properties, have approximately 263,769 potential planting sites with a 6-foot radius for a total of at least 685 acres of new tree canopy. So if you take the 6 million, you divide it by 1,400, that gives us 4,286 type 1 trees. with available spots left for crepe myrtles, 259,483 spots left for crepe myrtles.
Thank you
So
very
let's
much.
do the type 1 trees. Thank
very
you.
much. Next speaker, please. And is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak? Okay, if so, please line up against the wall. If you want to speak, speak now. Forever hold your peace. Line up against the wall. And then, okay, after Adam, we have one online speaker. So go ahead and start with your name, please.
Hi, I'm Nancy Stevens, a member of TTAG and the Sierra Club, and I want to support the proposal for the makeup of the Natural Resources Advisory Council. I also want to talk about, I'm a member of the Hillsborough County Environmental Land Acquisition and Planning Program Advisory Council, and that way, the way that's structured, and maybe it would be appropriate here, is that it's an advisory council, so we work closely with staff who come up with, who actually do the work, but as the committee, we come up with a listing of lands to be acquired, like prioritize the listing of lands. So staff goes out and maybe generates a bunch of people bring in proposals for lands to be acquired, and with the committee and the staff, we will come up with a list, and the staff and the committee role is to approve that list. So it's an advisory council. It helps the staff do their job. And then the staff goes out and acquires the land, makes deals to buy the land, and does all the work. But so that could be a good model here, is that the advisory council advises. The staff would have to come in with a detailed report of what tree projects there are, what's the request for using the tree funds, and provide information to the committee so that the committee would have information to make some decisions on. So I guess that's my big thought here, is that the advisory council needs to be working closely with the staff who is empowered, who's authorized to approve tree trust fund expenditures for projects. So I think it's a two-part solution here that has to be worked. So.
Thank you very much. Adam, start with your name, please.
Adam Burton.
Up there, because the microphone won't pick you up.
So you're
start with your name up there so they can get it for the
Adam
recordings.
Harden.
There you go. Thank you.
I think your recommendations about your potential resolution to refine the committee sounds reasonable, so good luck with that. The point I was making earlier was that I think there's a lot of lost opportunity. There's also a sidewalk in lieu fund, and perhaps you should consider resolving to have this Sunshine Committee also oversee where those funds are going and to see that we actually get new sidewalks out of them. So as we, for example, in our neighborhood, Lynn, there's many streets where sidewalks will never be able to be built due to open ditches, existing grand trees. But, having, making sure those funds don't fall into being used for repair and replacement instead of giving the new sidewalks that the people paid the fee in lieu for, I think is important. And those things are, linked with the tree mitigation, right? And I personally feel like the idea of, given the limited budget, especially of expanding the program to plant trees in private property is probably not a good idea. I think that if your Sunshine Committee has a staff member to interface with and can come up with good ideas, that there's plenty of public realm spaces to spend the money and to plant the type 1 trees that everybody here agrees that we'd like to see. In our neighborhood, Lynn, here's two good examples. One following the new bike corridor, which the city just built. I'm sure the renderings of that corridor show sidewalks and trees. The bike lane's done, but there are no sidewalks and trees. Another corridor which would connect the two parks in our neighborhood together. Daily people walk in the street. A second example here is a project that we assisted with in Ridgewood. And again, it just shows a lack of coordination between this tree mitigation and the bigger picture. So the Heights was able to negotiate that the first $660,000 of its transportation fees would go to traffic calming in Ridgewood. And then we worked with Cal Hardy and got that program done. This is a portion of that, but you can see that it's paralleled by no sidewalk. And if you were to look the other way from this improvement, then there's also a huge gap in the tree canopy. So, seeing as these improvements come forward, seeing it be integrated, the tree mitigation, the sidewalk expenditures, and, these things that the city has done that are positive, I think is important. So, it looks like the folks the mayor put up are well qualified, and,
Thank you, sir.
hope to
Okay.
see you approve them.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this topic is online, Carol Ann Bennett. Carol Ann, unmute yourself, please. Still muted?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
There you go. Now we can hear you. Start with your name, please. You have 3 minutes.
Carol Ann Bennett, I'm in the car. Hopefully I can finish before I lose connection. I really like Lynn's plan. I think it's an excellent solution. However, I heard what Stephanie said, and she brought up a good point about the fact that it's hard to remove someone, and a new council member or a new mayor could be stuck with an appointee that they don't think is doing a good job. So let me just point out that an option would be to appoint everyone right now to a 1-year term, because I want to point out you can serve, they can be reappointed. So if you appoint them all now for 1 year, whoever has the position in council or mayor next after the election can reappoint the same person, or if they're unhappy with that person's performance, they can appoint someone different. And that provides the continuity that Brian Knox said he wanted, because that would give them 4 years. If you like that plan better. And let me just go back to something that was discussed before. The Tremendous program is phenomenally successful. And would allow, it would be, I just want to point out that type 1 is not
Carol Ann, you're breaking up now.
Talk about a disease. Okay, when you talk about a disease for a tree, it's species specific, not type specific. So if you limit it to type 1s and type 2s, you can still have the diversity you need. And that's what I'd like to see done with the tree trust funds. If you want to do type 3 trees, provide the funding that we need to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. That concludes public comment. We've been going this morning, and I know council, we're ready to go, but staff needs some relief. So I am going to call a recess and ask everybody to be back in order at 1:40. Just get staff needs a break.
Can I just can I just make the end of motion?
Don't you want to just think through that and get it all right? Because there's going to be discussion about that.
No, we already had the discussion. Yeah, we already had the discussion. We're just making the motion because nothing
I'm trying to save you guys.
I know, but it's not going to take but 2 minutes to just make the motion, and then we're done with this.
But
Yeah, we wanted to wait for public comment.
okay, go.
And so the recommendation is, we had it up on the screen. If I could have the screen again. To have the meeting frequency and terms be a minimum of 6 meetings a year, although I really do think that monthly is probably preferable, but I'll go with a minimum of 6. To do initial appointments based on the 1, 2, and 3 years that we talked about prior, and that the rest of it, so what we also talked about is that my office would work to turn these into actual motions to bring.
That's what I thought we were going to do, and I was going to.
No, we already did that.
But
So,
after motions?
Yeah, because we did a lot of, we did a lot of approvals of things we'd like to see, but what our office will do is put it all together, talk to staff, and see what kind of motions we can actually make out of it, which is the point of the workshop. So that's our recommendation, is six meetings a year, and the schedule that we had for the 1, 2, and 3.
I apologize for not being part of that discussion, but appointments usually run concurrent with the appointing official. So if the mayor.
Sure, then I'm fine with 1. I'm fine with 1 year. 1 year,
so
done.
One, and then.
1 year,
and then when they're reappointed, they go with the.
I'm fine with that.
Official.
So.
I was going to suggest.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, then I'll go with that. 1 year just to finish out our council terms and mayoral term for the mayor, and then requiring a minimum of 6 meetings. And then also the last thing is to create rules that would to match similar boards and commissions for attendance.
I think we need to come back to new business on that because I think that is very important, and I think we do need, in fact, not just attendance, I think there's some standardized procedures for boards that we should look at, rules of procedures.
Absolutely, but again, we're just gonna get this started, and I promise you, this is not the end of it, but that's the whole point of a workshop, to get all,
I second that.
vomit out our ideas and to come together.
So with the amendments that these appointees for the first is 1 year, and then they ride with the appointed official, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilman Miranda. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, we need to break. I know we have other agendas. Another agenda item, but we need to break. How about we just, since this, you need 30, and who needs, you need 30 minutes? 1:45 is good for you guys? Okay, 1:45. 1:45, we'll be back.